Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Scas 24. It's brilliant to see you all. Thanks for coming. And I hope you're ready for an exciting day because we've got an awesome lineup of speakers and presentations for you today, all around the theme of out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. So the goal of today is to promote Scotland's strategy for out-of-hospital cardiac arrest, which is all about this. It's all about more neurologically intact survivors, where resuscitation is appropriate for the people of Scotland, with aftercare for those affected by cardiac arrest. I wanted to take a few minutes just to tell you how we're doing with all of that and what the plan is for today. Before we get too far into it, though, let me tell you that there are no planned fire alarms. The toilets are just outside. And let me just see, by a show of hands, who here has been to Scas before? Stick your hand in the air if you've been to Scas. Excellent, so we've got some returners and some newbies. Well, listen, just to get everybody's lungs warmed up and vocal cords flexed, why don't you turn to the person next to you and say, welcome to Scas 24. On three. 1, 2, 3. Welcome to Scas 24. Fantastic. So now we all feel welcome and part of the Scas family. So out-of-hospital cardiac arrest, how are we doing? We've had a strategy in place since 2015, and since then we've had a significant shift in outcomes for people after cardiac arrest. We have more bystander CPR, we're using more pads, and we're going to hear about that in just a few minutes. We have more survivors. We have twice as many survivors now each year as we had when we started improvement work in 2012. In fact, I was doing the maths, and I think in terms of additional lives saved, over and above the level we were at when the first strategy was launched in 2015-16, we're currently at 1,023 additional lives saved through the work that you folk have done to support that strategy. So give yourselves a big round of applause. You have a lot to be proud of. Frontline work with the ambulance service, policymakers, third sector organizations, those of you who support the strategy in all sorts of different ways. What we've achieved is fantastic. But unfortunately, the work is not over yet. We still have a little way to go. There are still twice as many cardiac arrests happening in the most deprived areas in Scotland, and people who live there are much less likely to survive, half as likely to have a public access defib nearby, although they are likely to get bystander CPR. When you look around the world at other places, similar countries to ours, who are really good at managing out-of-hospital cardiac arrest, their numbers of survivors are at least twice as many as ours. In fact, if we improved our number of survivors each year by 50%, we'd be where Denmark was 10 years ago. So there's still a lot to be done. So what's the solution? What do we do next? How do we get to where we want to go? Well, the answer is you're the solution. You are the answer to the challenge of out-of-hospital cardiac arrest in Scotland. It's fantastic that you've come here to learn what best practice looks like, to hear stories, to go away enthused and engaged and ready to change the world, I hope. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell the people you work alongside what you've learned today. And together, we can make this shift happen. So I'd like to introduce our first speaker today. We are so grateful for the support we get from Scottish Government, for Save a Life for Scotland, for Scotland's strategy for out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. That kind of support is not what we see when we look around at other centres that are trying to manage the same kind of strategies and outcomes. And so Jenny Minto, MSP, who's the Minister for Public Health and for Women, has kindly agreed to come along and give us some opening remarks just to frame the day's proceedings. So let me welcome Jenny up to the stage.
Thank you very much, Gareth, and slightly disappointed I didn't get some rousing music to introduce me as well. I can't imagine what people would choose. I feel very privileged to be in the role that I am, and the first members' debate that I took part in that I spoke in was on out-of-hospital cardiac arrests, because I'm sure I am not alone in this room to have been impacted directly by somebody having an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. I didn't meet my grandpa. He died in 1964 of an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. And I reflect how much we have achieved since then. But as Gareth said, even if we double every year, we still don't reach where Denmark was 10 years ago. And I think that's a really stark thing to think about. My husband's best man died of an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. We knew where the defibrillator was on the island, but we couldn't get to it. And that really has lived with me since that happened. And I know it has lived very powerfully and sadly with Carl's wife. Therefore, as a minister, for me to have this in my portfolio means a huge amount, which is why when I was invited by Gareth to this event that I felt I needed to come. Gareth has talked about the important relationship that there is with Save a Life for Scotland between everyone in this room and also the Scottish Government. And that's something that I see that we need to grow on and we need to keep growing on. This partnership has driven delivery of consecutive out-of-hospital cardiac arrest strategies, which I'm very proud of, and I look forward to seeing the outcomes of today's conference and also how we can continue to improve. A couple of weeks ago, I was very pleased to join James and Gareth and various others, maybe other people were in the room as well, about the RC UK's event in Parliament. And I was very struck by the number of personal stories I was told at that event. The impact isn't just simply the out-of-hospital cardiac arrest, it is the support that people get afterwards. And that's something that has really kind of been going round and round in my mind since that event. And I've been having conversations with some of my colleagues about how perhaps we can work forward with Save a Life for Scotland and also RC UK and everybody else that's involved in that, because I think that's incredibly important. And it's strange how things happen when you're a government minister, that one organisation drops a pebble and then a number of others also drop a similar pebble. So it's how can we pull these ripples together to move forward, to ensure that health and recovery in Scotland is as best as it can be. Now, I have the privilege of representing Scotland's most beautiful constituency, which is Argyll and Bute, and not simply because of the amazing scenery. If you've never visited, please do, our colleagues from the south of the border. And it's not only because of the scenery, it's also because of the people. And when I was first elected, I had a visit to Mull. Now, for those of you that know Mull, it's got a population of about 3,000. But one of my constituents there had experienced in his family an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. So they have been working incredibly hard to increase the number of defibrillators across the island and putting them close to where visitors are likely to be, so just in case there is that facility. And of course, they are registered on the circuit as well, which I have to say the ambulance service deserves a huge round of applause for creating and supporting communities to enable them to be listed so people do know where they are. I've also got a community as well called Cairndhu, and they, as a community, raised funds to ensure that there was an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest defibrillator on an important walkway. It was used, but because the community not only had got the defibrillator, they'd also had the training to use it. They knew what to do. And the patient, I'm pleased to say, was able to be taken, airlifted to hospital and survived, which is incredibly important. So I've gone completely off my speech, Gareth, and I'm sure I've got Ellen sitting there looking at me going, when's she going to talk about everything that the Scottish Government does? But Gareth talked about the PAD map and ensuring that we have defibrillators in the right place. And again, that's incredibly important. And we, as the Scottish Government, are very happy to be working with you all to ensure that that happens. There's also the Play Your Part campaign, which champions and supports the provision of CPR training for people living with a disability in Scotland. Now, I had my CPR training refreshed, having first of all done it in the guides decades ago, and then again just before in my previous job with the BBC Scottish Symphony Orchestra. So it was great to get that refreshed CPR training. It is, and to do it with people that are living with a disability, it is so valuable, because this piece of work ensures that people living with a disability are actively included in our mission to increase survival from out-of-hospital cardiac arrests. And I think, I touched on earlier the responses and the stories that I got 2 weeks ago in Parliament from the loved ones of survivors. And what came through so strongly in their testimonies was that cardiac survivors are a diverse group. So the same training or the same support isn't perfect for everyone that's had a cardiac arrest. And I know that looking at social issues, looking at deprivation, are incredibly important. And again, that's something that the Scottish Government will be working very closely with everyone here to ensure we get it right. We've also provided pilot funding for Chest, Heart and Stroke Scotland for an aftercare service. So then this service provides guidance and support for those who've delivered CPR or witnessed it. So thank you to Chest, Heart and Stroke Scotland for doing that. In summary, there are many, many achievements that have been made across Scotland, and there are many for us to reflect on, as Gareth highlighted in his opening words. Yet, as Gareth said, we've got a lot more that we can strive towards to achieve together. So I look very much forward, me and my team working with everyone here to strengthen the chain of survival, continue to increase survival from out-of-hospital cardiac arrests across Scotland, and ensure that those who experience a cardiac arrest have access to the appropriate support. So thank you all again very much for allowing me to come and share some of my thoughts about the amazing work that you're doing, and my appreciation as well, and also an indication of what the Scottish Government is doing to work with you to ensure that that chain of survival is as strong as it can be in Scotland. Thank you.
Jenny, thank you very much. So I'd like you to all pull out your mobile phones, if you wouldn't mind. I can't believe anybody doesn't have one with them, so pull your mobile phone out. And I'd like you to put it on silent, please. If it isn't already, I'm sure it is. You all know the drill by now. And those of you who do the Twitter X thing, please tweet about how much you're already enjoying Scas24. Hashtag SCAS, Scas24. And remind all of your friends and colleagues who aren't here that they can watch us live on the live stream if they go to scas.scot and click through to YouTube Live. And a big hello to all of you who are watching already today. We hope that even though you're not in the room, you still get infected by the enthusiasm for what's going on. So it's my really great pleasure to invite up our next speaker, Lisa McInnes. Lisa, many of you will know, is the Director of Save Life for Scotland and has been putting a shoulder to the wheel of trying to improve out-of-hospital cardiac arrest, not just for the enthusiasts, but for everybody since we started this about 10 years ago. And I've seen your slides. I know you've got some great stuff to tell us. I'm so glad that you're here. Welcome, Lisa McInnes.
morning. It's lovely to be in the room with everybody this morning. I want to talk to you today about the importance of keeping left. And for those of you who are in the room, friends, who know about the left-hand side of the chain of survival, what that really means is making sure, I was going to ask about this, I was like, is this just the guys up the back know what my head's doing? In the chain of survival, what that means is that we get people ready. We equip people with skills so that when the worst thing happens, bystanders, general members of the public, feel able to step up, recognise there's a problem and do something about it. And that's the gold. Because without that, then the good, sexy stuff doesn't happen. And we end up having to look after people who have lost loved ones or have been at a cardiac arrest and not known what to do. That's not what we want. So I was asked to speak on the importance of keeping left. So to be fair, I'm done, right? We know that's the really important bit. But I want to just stop for a wee minute and take you back to when Save a Life for Scotland started. We had one vision. And it was on a day like this, a crisp October morning, that a huge amount of us met in one big tent in the middle of Edinburgh. And our ambition, our vision was to teach CPR. But it wasn't just to teach CPR. What we wanted to do was launch this movement. We'd set a strategy, as Gareth mentioned, where we had this ambition that actually we wanted to increase bystander CPR. And in order to do that, and in order to get more survivors, we needed to reach out to people in Scotland. But it wasn't one organisation's job to do it. We knew that the Scottish approach, what we're good at in Scotland, is working together. So we wanted to bring people together to start this movement that would hopefully save 1,000 lives by 2020, and we would do that by training 500,000 Scots. Well, let's just say people living in Scotland. If you're not Scottish, but you live in Scotland, that's all good, you're counted. And so we met in this one big tent on a really cold day, and we hoped that the good people of Edinburgh would come in and join us. And I want to stop and remind you for a minute that it was a vision, and part of the vision of this great guy, Algier, who brought us to the place that we are today, and we stand on his legacy, that as partners we continue to work together. And we all dug in, we got out on the streets. Everybody loves someone who approaches them in a cold-calling manner. But people actually did come in the tent. We had kids, we had adults. We even had people who'd just got married, bless them. And on that day, we reached over 1,000 people. And would we get to 500,000 by the end of 2020? Well, we did. We blasted it together in 4 years. And then we all sat and thought, Jinx, what do we do next? So there was another strategy where we decided, okay, let's reach 1 million. Why not? 1 million people. And let's raise bystander CPR rates to 85%. Because as Gareth mentioned, we'd done really well. We were still lagging behind, but Jinx, Scotland pulled it out of the bag. So where are we now? Well, we've reached about 726,000 people. So we've still got a wee bit to go, but we've still got a couple of years to do it. And what do we know about the numbers? Well, bystander CPR has also helped to increase survival from cardiac arrest. 66%. So the rest of my talk should really be about, actually, we need to get to 85% bystander CPR, right? So where are we going to get the 19% from? But I'm not going to talk about that. I've been kind of missing in action for a little while. And in the quiet times that I've had, I have not considered, what's our bystander CPR rate doing? How many people have we taught CPR to? Because that's kind of my bread and butter, right? But in the quiet moments that I had, I thought, I wonder how my team are. I wonder how the partners are. I've not spoken to them in ages. Not just I wonder what they're doing, but actually I wonder how they are. And I wonder how the people that I've already had connections with and helped inspire are getting on. And I had a moment of clarity where I realised that actually, although we had set these numbers, these grand numbers, when it comes to keeping left and when it comes to working with people in our societies, where we're trying to equip them with skills and make them feel ready, it cannot simply be about headcount. I don't know who the 500,000 people were. I still don't know who the 726,000 people are. But what matters is a heart count, the connection that we have with people that makes them then willing to take action. I know that's a little bit of a shift, and I don't want all the data people in the room to get a bit scared at this point, but hey, what happens if we don't meet 1 million? What happens if we don't raise our bystander CPR rates to 85% by 2026? Do we fail? I don't know who's won, who's failed. It's not a game where somebody wins and loses, is it? And it made me realise that actually, not just on the left-hand side of the chain, but throughout the chain, the sexy stuff that you do in hospital, the aftercare, looking after survivors, looking after families of people who haven't survived, and the bystanders, it's really important that we keep an infinite mindset around this stuff. And let me just apply it simply to Save a Life for Scotland. Infinite mindset, which I think we all actually have, is that we have a just cause. It's not just a vision, it's a dream, right? It's not just let's reach 1 million people with CPR skills by 2026. It's actually every single person in Scotland should have the opportunity to be equipped with CPR skills. Every single one. And that every single person should have the opportunity to be resuscitated by a bystander and have a defib nearby them and used if possible. And that every single person should be allowed to have a dignified death. And that every single person should be offered the same level of care and support, whether you're a survivor or a family or a bystander. We can't put a number on it because the just cause is every single one, and that's an infinite mindset. Will it happen in my lifetime? Maybe not. Will it happen in yours? Maybe not. But if we don't believe that that's where we want to go, then we're just putting numbers and barriers up to kind of where do we go and where do we stop? And what do we need to do that? Well, we need to build trusting teams. I'm really proud of the Save a Life for Scotland partnership. These are numerous organisations and public sectors that come together along with government around one thing. And you know, they've all got their own strategies, they've all got their own stuff that they want to do. And so the easy thing to do is hold on to that. But actually what we want people to do is share. And so the campaign allows for our partners to trust each other, to share their ideas, to not be scared of somebody nicking their ideas or doing something better than them, because we're doing it round about one purpose, that one just cause that everybody has the same chance. But continuing that trust is hard. It's a daily work. And to those of you who are partners in this room, I thank you that you continue to trust each other and share your ideas with each other. And of course, there's rivalry. Why wouldn't there be rivalry? I'm not even going to start to talk about which partners get on with who, or certainly in the resuscitation world, you will know that there are rivals. You will know that there's other researchers or other cool resuscitation people who do things better than you. Well, that's not a bad thing. You're all after the one just cause, right? So learn from them. Learn what you can apply. Learn where your weaknesses lie, so that we all continue for the one goal. Everyone. And you need to flex. When we started, people said, "What's your strategy?" And we kind of went, I don't know. But we set up, but our partners had to flex, and we've had to flex as well. Which means that you have to lead with courage. And my challenge to you in the room is that everyone here can lead with courage. Do the right thing, not always the easy thing. But do the right thing for the people that we're trying to reach, the people of Scotland. Because when you play with an infinite mindset, there's no finishing line. There's no 2026. We're fighting for survival, not to win. There's no winners and losers in this game. But people must come first. And our 1 million people, they come first. But things is an awful lot more people in Scotland than 1 million, right? And I'm really glad that Jenny spoke about our disability resources, because what I want to do is just take a short piece of time to really highlight the people that we're missing. We produce some resources to help people with disabilities. And it's used, but it's not used enough. But this is what teaching people with disabilities can look like. And I showed this at a resuscitation conference, and there was this deep intake of breath, as most of the perfectionists in the room said, you can't teach CPR like this. It's not on a hard surface. How can they do proper compressions like this, right? People with disabilities know what they can and cannot do so much better than you do. So give them the stuff. Bend, flex, and let them work out what they can do and what they can offer. Because these are valuable people, and we must not exclude them. There's also really hidden groups in our society, and I just want to highlight one ethnic minority group, which is the Gypsy travelling community. They approached us and asked us if we would teach them CPR, and Gareth and I did an online session with them, and it was probably one of the best online sessions I've ever done. Their energy was fantastic. But because they're such a stigmatised group, they're closed. The danger to this group, in terms of letting other people in, even letting people know where they are at times, is too high. So we had to give them stuff and let them go. We had to trust them. And what these 3 women have done, who are the 3 community healthcare workers, who are Gypsy travellers themselves, have gone to missions and taught lots and lots of people. And do you know why it works? Is because they pick times when people are coming together. Social times. People meeting, celebrating, eating, chatting, learning CPR, and how to use a defib. I can't show you pictures of this happening because they're such a closed and stigmatised group. And who stigmatises them? People living in Scotland. So don't be one of them. They've been fantastic because they approached Fife Council, and every single Gypsy travelling community site in Fife now has a defib. And they want to do more. This is just one example of a group that's often left out and stigmatised. And I know that we're working hard, but we can do better. And finally, as Jenny also spoke about, there's great inequality in this land. Scotland's brilliant, it's beautiful, we're a great bunch of folks, but there's the haves and the haves not, and it still exists today. And my fear by looking at the data sometimes is that we're still got this big divide. When we set out, it was really easy to go to the tennis clubs and the bowling clubs. We'd go to anyone. But now we need to be really, really careful that we don't exclude. Because often groups in areas of social deprivation are seen as too hard to reach. Well, do you know what? They're not too hard to reach. They're right there. And when I spoke to some international colleagues about disability and areas of deprivation, one of them said with honesty, but it made my blood run slightly cold, we've got enough going on trying to teach the kids in schools, never mind trying to work out how we teach the disabled and the poor people. Not in Scotland. Not here. Everyone. Okay? Everyone gets the opportunity. But it's tricky sometimes to work out how to do it. This image is of my good friend Liz, who worked in our team. And we went to Postle Park in Glasgow, which is a really interesting part of Glasgow to visit. And we were invited into a healthcare day, so there was tables with people telling you how to stop smoking, people telling you how to not take drugs, people telling you how not to set your house on fire, and then there's us teaching people how to save a life. I can count on one hand the amount of people who approached us that day, and the hall was empty. Why? Because there was no social connection. There was no cohesion. And we didn't regret it, but we learned. And then we went to Muirhouse in Edinburgh for 5 days, and we invited to go in front of the community shop and set up a stall. It was great fun. We took all our stuff. This is one of my most favourite pictures of the entire campaign that we've ever done. But for the first 2 days, people ignored us completely. And the reason they ignored us was because they didn't want to get involved. There was nothing to bring them together. So we got little freebies, pens, handed them out. That worked. People still didn't stop. What made them stop was when somebody brought the kettle out and put some really cheap biscuits on the table. And then people stopped and started to speak to each other. And what did we learn? Actually, communities need face-to-face contact. They need to talk. They need social connection. So it all seems a bit bleak, doesn't it? But let me just give you one last story before I go, because it's possible to work with different communities. They're not hard to reach. We just need to be really clever about it. And we need to trust them that they know best. Craig Miller in Edinburgh approached us and asked if we could help them get a defib in place and do some CPR. And then, of course, we said yes, and then it all went a bit quiet. And then I received a call from their worker telling me that actually one of the members of their community had had a cardiac arrest and died in their community centre. And could we do something like now? So we went and met with them. And we said, well, what do you want to do? And they said, well, I'll tell you what, why don't you go and teach the kids in the school? And then we'll have a chat with the kids, and we'll have a chat with the community, and then we'll come back to you with a plan. And we thought, okay, this is interesting. So we went and taught the kids in the school, and this is what teaching kids in schools looks like. It's brilliant. And then I didn't hear from them forever. And then this came through. They planned an entire day, an entire afternoon, to celebrate the life of the chap who'd died. But it wasn't, why don't you come and bring your stuff and teach people CPR? No. We had Highland dancing. We had a choir who sang stuff from The Greatest Showman that made us all cry. There was poster competitions. And of course, there was a big, shiny fire engine, which always attracts everyone. And then at the end of the day, they had invited a street orchestra to come and play. And everybody gathered in that church and listened to that orchestra. The arts brought people together, not healthcare. But we know, hey, the arts do have good healthcare outcomes. The World Health Organization has written a systematic review about it in 2019. So we don't need to be healthcare-y about it. We just need to find the connection and then allow the communities to do their thing. And I want to leave you with this statement that Danny on the right-hand side, who was the community worker who pulled it together, said. That it sends a strong message to the community of Craig Miller, who forever might be painted in a bad light. That as much as the defib that they put in place saved lives, but it tells them that their lives matter. Infinite mindset. Everyone in Scotland gets the opportunity to learn skills. Everyone in Scotland is able to do bystander CPR or feels that they're supported to do it when they need to do it. Everyone in Scotland has the opportunity to have bystander CPR delivered, and everyone in Scotland gets support afterwards. Leave no one behind. Thank you.
Lisa, thank you so much. And such an important message and foundational message for what we're trying to do with Scotland's strategy for cardiac arrest. So, it's always difficult to follow Lisa McInnes. Many men have tried, some have failed. Some are in the audience today. But I'm sure our next speaker will do a fantastic job. Can I invite Gareth Evans? I hope he's here, actually. There you are, Gareth. Thank you. Now, as Gareth's approaching, I just want to say, I know a few things about Gareth. Where people accuse us of being twins separated at birth. We both work for the Scottish Ambulance Service as part of our jobs. We both have less hair than we used to. I used to have a beard, specs, we're both English. I mean, what could possibly distinguish us? And I was looking through the biography that Gareth had submitted to try and look for some distinguishing features. But all I could find was 3 sentences. It said, I have a passing interest in the science of medicine. I have a passion for the art of medicine. And I was doing realistic medicine before it was sexy. So on that note, can I just invite Gareth to come and talk to us about something we don't talk about enough, but which is very, very important to our practice as resuscitationists. Thanks, Gareth.
Thanks, Gareth. For those of you that are old enough to remember the game of Guess Who, that was a really tricky round. Yeah, thanks very much. So I don't normally get to speak in public, and you might be about to spend the next 20 minutes working out why. So I've been invited along to talk about not doing CPR. I don't want to ruin the atmosphere because CPR is a hugely important part of our work. I have a colleague at work who ran the Edinburgh Marathon last year, and when I texted him to say, how did you get on? He said, I had a VF cardiac arrest at kilometre 11. I did call him a twat, which I guess wasn't the most friendly. If you're going to have a cardiac arrest, do it when you're 800 metres away from Stephen Short, which is what he did. So he got very prompt defibrillation with some bystander CPR. And I'm delighted to say that he is absolutely back to his normal self. So there is clearly some real value in what we do. But unless you're going to die from catastrophic disruptive trauma, the last event in your life will be that your heart stops. And so what we need to do is be able to work out when someone's heart has stopped and needs to be restarted, and when someone's heart has stopped and allow a natural death. And so I feel a little bit like this. So I've been asked to come and speak to you about not doing what we're spending a day talking about doing. So we'll see how we get on. So I'm from Middlesbrough, not the posh city of Newcastle where the other Gareth is from. So I'm not particularly highbrow, which is why I say I've got a passing interest in the science of medicine. It just keeps me away from the GMC. But I do want to talk to you a little bit about philosophy. You weren't expecting that, were you, Gareth? So Auguste Comte is a 19th century French philosopher. I'm not going to bore you with what he said, but he's revered as the father of scientific philosophy. And he talked about positivism. And the first stage of positivism is the theological state. Chemistry, physics, biology, they couldn't have just been invented. Somebody must have invented them. So there's the theological state. And we believe in supernatural agents, and we're just taught what our fathers and forefathers or mothers and foremothers taught us. And that's what we do. So we always do what we've always done. And then he described the maturing process into that metaphysical state where we start asking, really? Is that exactly what's happening? And then we move into the positive stage where we give up on that absolute truth and we start to head towards discovery. And so if you create an overlay of CPR, the theological state is this is when to do CPR and this is how to do CPR. But anyone that's done CPR, either as a bystander or as a professional, must have spent some time thinking, is this absolutely right for this person at this time? So we then move into that positive stage of saying it's okay not to resuscitate people. Some people, their heart has stopped because they've died and they don't need resuscitation. What they need is a natural death. And the King's Fund produced a document about patients' preferences. And so I've kind of summarized, I think it's 112 pages into one Venn diagram, which I was quite proud of. But essentially what we need to do is we need to pull together the evidence base. Will CPR work? The patient context, does the patient need CPR? And the patient preference, does the patient want CPR? And so the sweet spot that we need to get to is where all of these things overlap. So I want to introduce you to three people. So in 1932, identical triplets were born. They were called Catherine, Patricia, and Roseanne. So if you ever wondered what CPR stands for, that's what it stands for. So this is Catherine. So Catherine is a 92-year-old lady. She's got severe vascular dementia. She's non-verbal. She's got heart failure, diabetes, chronic back pain. She has a catheter and often will have UTIs associated with that catheter. She's got an incredibly caring family, and she has a DNA CPR certificate in place. Someone's had that conversation, has decided that CPR, when her heart stops, is not in her best interests. She's not able to express that, but the family have had it discussed with them, and they are advocating on her behalf and saying, my mum would not wanted to live like this. She would definitely not want CPR. So we've got a DNA CPR in place. So I want to introduce you to Patricia. I did say they were identical. Patricia is a 92-year-old lady who has severe vascular dementia, must be genetic, non-verbal, heart failure, type 2 diabetes, chronic back pain, catheter-associated UTIs, and has a very caring family. She has no DNA CPR in place. No one's had the conversation, no one's found the time, no one's taken the time to explore whether this would be the right thing should Patricia get into the situation where her heart has stopped. And the third sister, Roseanne. Roseanne, not unsurprisingly, is a 92-year-old lady who has vascular dementia, non-verbal heart failure, type 2 diabetes with back pain and associated UTIs. She has a very caring family, and there is no DNA CPR in place. She is for full escalation. If anything happens to Roseanne, we are to start CPR, take her to the hospital, into resus, off to ITU. So that's the family choice. Unfortunately, at the same time, they all become unresponsive and they're all found to be pulseless. Who would have thought it? So, who gets CPR? Well, I would like to say Catherine doesn't get CPR, but we know that there's a small chance that Catherine will get CPR because we might not know where her DNA CPR certificate is. She might have a carer that's with her that doesn't know the full story. So there is a small chance that Catherine will get CPR. But on the whole, we would like to think that Catherine probably won't be offered CPR and will be allowed a natural death. So Patricia, we arrive at Patricia's house and she's in cardiac arrest. And does she get CPR? So this was the lady that we just hadn't had that conversation with. So maybe it's I, maybe it's not. Let's see what the weather's like on that day. And then finally, we have Roseanne. And I can guarantee you that there's a pretty good chance that Roseanne will get CPR. So in her dying moments, in her last days, last hours, last minutes, last seconds, she will be having eye gels, cardiac massage, and all the rest of it. So the question is, which of those patients would benefit from CPR? And the answer is probably none of them. But the bigger question is, who do we feel confident in not offering CPR to? And the answer is, Catherine, yes, certificate, we like certificate, signed, dated, that's good. Patricia, that's a difficult one. Roseanne, family wants CPR, let's just crack on. And I want to bring the idea of what we can achieve by CPR. And this is not scientific, as Gareth has told you. That is not my bag. So please don't quote this as some kind of seminal work in the resuscitation space, because it isn't. What I'd like you to do is think that CPR, the best it can get, is that you can return the patient to what they were like 5 minutes before their heart stopped. So for those of you that don't know, the top picture is Fabrice Muamba, so midfielder for Bolton Wanderers, playing at White Hart Lane against Spurs, and has a cardiac arrest. 5 minutes before his cardiac arrest, he was running around the pitch. The best that you can do is getting him running around a football pitch again. Who wouldn't want that? That is absolutely the best that you can get, and that is what we're all here to achieve. Next patient is a man in his late 60s, who's having a myocardial infarction, and he's probably already got a little bit of myocardial damage. He's probably already got a little bit of irreversibility. But when his heart stops, the best that you're going to get him is pretty good. So he's probably going to have an intact brain, because there was nothing wrong with his brain 5 minutes before his heart stopped. And if you can deliver effective and good quality CPR, then you will maintain that cerebral perfusion and you will keep his brain pretty good. And if you're successful in resuscitation, he might have a little bit of angina, he might have a little bit of breathlessness and exertion, but you are going to get him back to 5 minutes before his heart stopped while he was having his MI. I'm just going to apologise, I can't remember whether that's the picture of Catherine, Patricia or Roseanne. So just forgive me, I think it's Patricia. So Patricia, the best that you can get her with CPR, defibrillation, interventions with the airway and the other stuff that people do. I'm a GP, by the way, so it's really good that there are people out there doing that stuff. So the best that you can get Patricia is severe vascular dementia, non-verbal, chronic back pain, UTIs, loving family. That's the best that you can do. So how do you navigate between Catherine, where we've got a lot of confidence that we're not going to do CPR, between Patricia, where we're not really sure what we should be doing, and between Roseanne, who the family want full escalation for? So I've gone to our regulators. So I'm regulated, developed and controlled by the Laboratoire Garnier. I am regulated by the GMC. Some of us in the room will be regulated by the NMC, and I guess the majority in the room will be regulated by the HCPC. So this is what the GMC says. I'm not very proud of the GMC sometimes with some of the moves they make, but I am proud of the GMC today, because they say in cases where you assess that such treatment is unlikely to be clinically appropriate, you may conclude that CPR should not be attempted. So I can stand as a registrant of the GMC in front of Catherine, Patricia, and Roseanne and say, stop. Why do I do that? Well, you know it's not because I'm cleverer than you, because Gareth has highlighted that I'm not, which was using my words to do so, which is absolutely grand. So it's not because I'm cleverer. And looking around the room, there are a few of you that are maybe my age. So it's not that I've been doing it longer. It is purely because I have the confidence not to offer CPR to Catherine, Patricia, or Roseanne. When you look at the Nursing and Midwifery Council, they say where no decision about CPR has been made, there should be a presumption in favour of CPR. And it is a big ask to not do CPR for 15 minutes and then discover you should have done CPR, because that's going to be challenging. So the NMC are a little bit in the grey area, but they further clarify by saying this does not mean indiscriminate application of CPR that is of no benefit and not in a person's best interests. I went to the HCPC website. I was no affy impressed. So it does tell you not to sleep with your patients. And that is a good thing. So anyone thinking about it, just beware. It's on their website. But the HCPC says, as a health and care professional, you must promote and protect the interests of service users and carers. That's it. I did spend a bit of time going through their website, going through their information, their PDFs and their attachments, and I couldn't find anything that made me feel confident that they want to put it out there explicitly. That doesn't mean you can't imply, and that's what I'm doing here. I'm implying that that sentence says, if you don't think a patient would benefit from CPR, then you give them CPR. For those of you that work with the Scottish Ambulance Service, I would like to say that I am very proud of working for the Scottish Ambulance Service, and I know pride is a deadly sin, but it's true, and the reason for that is it's a developing organisation. And we have some underlying organisational strength. We have some real strength. Some of it is pretty similar to stuff in other parts of the country or the world. Other bits are pretty out there in terms of how we're supporting and developing pathways for our patients and for our healthcare professionals to use. And it is worth remembering that we have a very good organised team in the palliative and end-of-life care situation. Now, they're not going to answer your call when you're sitting next to the patient, but they do offer an awful lot of good quality training and experience when it comes to working out when it's the right thing to do this or when it's the right thing to do that. We have a really good pathways team, and a particular focus of that is frailty. Frailty should not be a discriminator, but it is a descriptor. So we shouldn't be saying because someone's frail, we're only doing this, but we should be using frailty as a context. We know that frail people are less likely to survive CPR intact than non-frail people. And when you speak to most frail people, and as a GP, I speak to a lot of frail people, they're usually very clear in what they want and what they don't want. We use realistic medicine and the pillars of realistic medicine, so we try and do things pretty similarly and avoid variation. We try to reduce harm and waste, and I think it is okay to talk about plastic waste because we create an awful lot of it, particularly when we're doing CPR. It's about being patient-centered, so putting the patient at the center of everything you do, and then shared decisions, so sharing that decision and sharing the risk of that decision with other people in the room, family members. And we have an integrated clinical hub, which for those of you that are out on the road and don't know, it's essentially an organisation that's kind of filtering off jobs that probably don't need us to respond to, and we can look for alternatives. But if we do respond, we're there. We've got really experienced paramedics and nurses. We've got advanced paramedics and advanced practice nurses, and we've got some GPs, and they will chat through things with you. And so I'm just going to leave you with a final message. And I really do want you to look at it through this lens, if not all day, just for this 20 minutes. As you race to that purple call, consider yourself not as a resuscitator, but as a well-trained and confident advocate. My name's Gareth Evans, and I endorse this message.
Gareth, thank you so much. That alarm wasn't for you. I think that was just me sleeping through my
Well, it worked. So.
alarm clock. Brilliant. Thank you so much. A tricky subject to navigate in some ways, but one that we need to talk about more. Decision-making, it could be argued, is the most important resuscitation skill, and these decisions are some of the hardest that we make. We have a couple of minutes for questions. If folk want to ask Gareth about anything we've talked about, we have a couple of roving mics, so if you stick your hand in the air if you have a question, we can bring one to you in just a sec. We have one at the back there, thank you.
Hi there, I've got a question about, you were talking about, trying to help medics make decisions, but isn't actually the end game making it so that everyone has had that conversation with their families before you actually get there?
Yes, of course, that is exactly what we want to do. I think often the best time to ask about CPR is before your heart stops, but 90% of the time we're asking the question after the heart stopped. I've spoken to a lot of patients that were very distressed about what happened during COVID, when we kind of almost airdropped DNA CPR forms across huge swathes of Scotland, saying, the end is nigh, it's coming. If this happens to you, don't need phone us because you're not getting nothing. And the damage that that's caused, particularly to some of my patients in Leith, continues today. So I've got a patient who has just been diagnosed with hepatocellular carcinoma, and he's in his 90s. And I talked about DNA CPR, and he said, oh, I got sent this during COVID. And he kept it. He kept it in his drawer, so you'd never have found it if you'd arrived at his house. But he was given a DNA CPR form, and I was sitting down to have that conversation with him. And I said, do you know what it is? And he went, oh, it's a resuscitation thing. But his daughters were both still really cross, because it just got delivered. We posted it to him. Like, there you go, have that. And it's just so bad. And actually the conversation that we had was a really good conversation, and it resulted in us, and I just ripped that one up, and I just did a new DNA CPR form, and the patient doesn't want CPR. But you're absolutely right, finding the right time for that. So when a frail older person comes in because they've got a skin lesion, is now the right time to have that DNA CPR conversation? Well, if the patient wants it, it is the right time, but they're kind of going to go, you said it wasn't serious, but you're now telling me if my heart stops, do you want me to jump up and down on my chest? Well, only if it knocks that thing off. So I think you're absolutely right. So we should take every opportunity. We should explore and listen and do that active listening. What is the patient actually telling me here? And we should absolutely make sure that we have an open and honest conversation with patients, with people. And if they can't make decisions for themselves, with people that support them in those decision-making endeavours. But you're absolutely right. The right time to do it is before. If you look at ECS KISS, the number of people that have DNA CPR documented is absolutely tiny. I think there's a larger number where they've got a DNA CPR, but no one's documented it, but the majority is actually no one's had that conversation. And who wants to have that conversation? Well, I do, but not if it causes harm. So it is difficult, but you're absolutely right, and thank you for your question.
Thank you. One more question from the middle there. Possibly two, depending on how long this one takes.
Hi. Following on from that, if we've got phone numbers and support for people that witness or perform CPR, is there another number or a plan to support people who we haven't provided CPR for in the future?
Watch this delegation. Gareth.
Thank you. Sorry, that was a support number for people who have provided CPR. Yes, so I think what you're referring to, I guess, is the Chest, Heart and Stroke Scotland support line, which is phenomenal, by the way, and almost first of its kind. There are other bits of support emerging in other countries around how we help people who've been involved in a cardiac arrest, not as the patient or the family, but in and around. And that support is not limited to people who did chest compressions. So if you have done chest compressions, it can be a pretty brutal thing. You know, you can break ribs, there's vomit, it may be a family member, maybe somebody you know you've been involved with. And often people need to make sense of that. But equally, if you haven't done chest compressions and now you think maybe you should have done, and you're wondering whether if you had, things might have turned out differently, also people need to make sense of that. And so I think the Chest, Heart and Stroke Scotland helpline, advice line, is not just limited to folk who've actually done CPR, it's folk who've been involved or affected by out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. I think we have one last question over here and then we'll need to break, but thank you.
I'm just surprised at the amount of people that don't know about the booklet that goes along with the decision, so decisions around DNA CPR. I'm involved in teaching GPs across Lothian, and quite often they don't really know about this book and how do they get it. You know, so a simple booklet to give patients and families.
I don't know about the booklet. I guess I'm confident in having those conversations with people, but you're absolutely right. The more resources there are, I guess sometimes it would be good for us to give the booklet to everyone and let everyone see it and everyone read it and then form a decision. And if you want to do that, then come along and have that discussion. There are lots of resources out there, absolutely, for sure. And I guess maybe the audience here is around that DNA CPR discussion at the moment. It's not, you're not going to go in and see someone with a chest infection who you think you're going to manage at home and then sort of go, I think you're all right to stay at home. If your heart stops. So, and that's the real challenge. But I think there are lots of resources around, and as I say, thank you, and please let me see that booklet, and I will promote it 100%. Our Pathways team and End of Life team come together in that frailty space, and there's lots of resources there. So if you do get offered the chance to go to one of their CPD sessions, please do take them up on that.
Great.
Thank you very much. Thanks for listening, not yawning too much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
So it's time for a break, and we can go and grab a coffee and come back here at 11:05 to kick off again. Just before you go, let me take this opportunity as a good reminder to say thank you so much to all of the companies that are sponsoring today's event. As you munch on your free biscuits and drink your free coffee, remember them fondly, and please go and take time to say hi and have a look at what they've brought. In particular, Stryker, the platinum sponsor today, go and say hi to the folk on their table. Thank you very much. See you at 11:05.
Hi everyone. Hi there. Welcome back to the next session. I'm Kylie. I'm the Senior Policy Manager for Heart Disease and Out-of-Hospital Cardiac Arrest within Scottish Government, so I work closely with the Save a Life for Scotland partners to deliver the strategy. And I'm really pleased to introduce Susan Gardner, who's the CPR Project Coordinator for Save a Life for Scotland, and Susan's going to talk to us today about the cardiac arrest rescue zones, care zones for short.
Hi everyone. God, that's really loud. So the first thing that we always look at when we're preparing for this is who follows Lisa McInnes. And I've got the job, but I've got it twice as hard after following Gareth as well. But I'm delighted today to be speaking to you about the cardiac arrest rescue zones. We'll call it CARE for short. So what we want to look at is how do we incorporate and move forward what we're doing at the moment, because the Save a Life for Scotland partnership, as you heard from Lisa's talk, is doing an absolutely amazing job, but we always want to evolve and move forward. So everyone will recognise this. The chain of survival. So this is basically, as you know, what Save a Life for Scotland works to. We're trying to get everybody to recognise a cardiac arrest, start CPR as soon as possible, placement of defib, and then obviously there's the post-resuscitation care. And then we thought, should this look like this? What about if we do this? And we're now putting the emphasis on early recognition and call for help. Will that solve the solution if we make this a lot bigger? We changed it again. The community part and working with the communities and all the partners under Save a Life, getting everybody ready. That's the first part of this. And then we thought, oh, now people are surviving. More and more people are surviving out of hospital cardiac arrests. We need to add in the aftercare. So it looked like this for a little bit. And then we changed it again. So what we've got now, instead of the chain, we've got community readiness to recognise and act. We've got the other parts of the chain, which we all know very well. The aftercare, which Vicky is going to be speaking about more. And then we put people back into the community. We place them back with their families. And it starts again. This is a model that we work to. So the 5 elements here, we're working with the school familiarisation. And there's great work going on out there. All the partners, Heart Start programme, signing up the Good Sam volunteers, a whole fleet of community first responders, volunteering. PADs, where do we place them? So Ben's going to be speaking later about PADMAP. And again, community familiarisation. So if we put all this in place, we're heading towards that 15% survival rate, neurologically intact survivors. So what do we do? How can we improve on where we are? What about if we put data in?
So we know that working with communities and getting all the communities involved in this works. But what if we give them the data that they need? So imagine we break down all of Scotland into 32 council areas, and we look at what's happening in each area. So we've got the data on how many Good Sam responders we've got. Public access defibs, where are they? We know that there's lots out there. Are they in the right places? Do we need to lift them and jiggle them around and place them actually where the cardiac arrests are happening? Again, all the work that's going on with the partnership with CPR. We know that training schools. So we want to use all our existing resources that are out there. And we can look at the risk of hospital cardiac arrest. So we've got the maps. We can supply all the data that's required. So this is actually Inverclyde area. So it just shows you where the risk of having a cardiac arrest is. So from that, what we know is where we need the responders, where's the gaps in the training. Imagine if we could map all the schools in Scotland. Have they had training? When's the training taking place? But where are the gaps? Are they in these areas? We had a conversation. Often we get calls from different areas, and one of the questions that came to us was from the Borders. So Borders Council came to us and said, can you help us place defibs? We want to put some more defibs out there. We thought that's great. You know, they want to get involved in all this work. But it's more than that. So we could have given them the information just on placing defibs. But how much of the problem would that have resolved? So this is what the care zones are about. It's about incorporating everything that we do. So we can see here the bystander CPR rate. These are all the health boards. And we can also see the pad usage. So interesting, the Borders, if you just look at them, with regards to CPR rate, that's slightly down. But they're doing well on getting pads on people when they go into cardiac arrest. However, that won't be the same, for example, for Glasgow. It won't be the same for Aberdeen. It won't be the same for Dundee. So in this situation, what we need to look at is a plan for every council area. See what's happening there and what we can do to improve it. So this really is a situation where one size fits one. This is taken from best baby zones. And what they did there was they were looking to improve health outcomes in newborn babies. And what they realised was actually if you involve the community. So what they did was they asked the community to respond to this problem. And it's going back to the first talk. We really want to be able to sit down with the people in the community, the councils, and find out, what do you have there? What do you need? What can we do to support it? So to implement it, it's about picking an area. So we know that we can break it down into the council areas, building that collaboration, because us going and saying this is what you need to do won't work. Lisa already showed that this morning in her presentation. It won't work. We need to be speaking to the people that are already there, the bright sparks that come to us and say we're placing defibs, the people that are out there wanting to train CPR, the first responders, and obviously the residents of the community. So it's about identifying the zone, building a collaboration, collaborating with everybody that's in that area, and strengthening what is already there. Making the plan and evaluating it. We've got 32 council areas. So as you can see, this will be a minimum 3-year plan of implementing and evaluating. So what's the difference in what we're doing at the moment? Because there's so much amazing work going on out there. But we want to move this forward. So I think the difference with the care zones is it's very much place-based. It's community-led, and that's the key. It's about using what is already there, and it's data-informed, which we can supply. What our ask is, for anyone that wants to get involved in this, please come to us. We're more than happy to sit and have a conversation and see how we can work in your council area. Thank you.
I'm being ordered. I've taken my glasses off so I can't see you, which is less scary for me. Hi guys, I've got the pleasure to introduce the Newton Awards. So just a little bit of background for those of you that don't know. 10 years ago past April, Gregor Newton suffered a cardiac arrest whilst at home. His wife Judy quickly started CPR and the children summoned help. And so began this amazing amount of people that were involved on his first steps of his cardiac arrest journey. And thankfully, Gregor survived. So when someone has an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest, there's an amazing amount of work that goes on in the pre-hospital stage. And these people that are often not recognised or not celebrated in hospital is where I work, and we tend to keep all the glory to ourselves. These people, without them, we wouldn't have the survivors that we have. They do an outstanding amount of work behind the scenes. And the Newton Awards and the Newton family really support this work, the outstanding work that they do. And they recognise the contribution that these people make. Often it's their job. Often they just want to be involved because, as Jenny was saying this morning, people know people. They've been affected by it either themselves or know of people that have. So we've had many nominations for the outstanding contribution to the cardiac arrest, development, CPR, pad placements. And of those 3 people, of those nominations, we've shortlisted 3 people for the Newton Award. Unfortunately, not all of them can be here, but of those 3 people, that we have shortlisted. Only one of them can be here. Sorry, Hamish. Hamish Tate is sailing down the west coast of Scotland just now, which is where I'd like to be at the moment. Jean Hepburn is actually working still in Glasgow, but we have John Montgomery. So I'd like to invite Gregor and Judy up to the stage. And I'm really glad I managed to say that, because all week I've been worried that I'm actually going to say Richard and Judy. And I made the mistake of saying that to Gregor, and he went, as long as you don't call me Richard, which just before I came up here, which was a bit of a worry. So I'm going to invite John, if you are here. You told me you were coming. Here he comes. Let's all give him a big round of applause as he comes up.
Hi everybody, it's a pleasure to be here again. We've been here since pretty much the beginning, or watched from afar. They've tried to change the venue a number of times, but we still managed to get here. But watching from afar and seeing the great work that is done and the changes that have been made and what you're striving to do in the future and what we're hearing about today is amazing. But for us as a family, we wanted to recognise good work that's done just now. And we, as a family, are in awe of what you do on a daily basis to help other families like ours stay intact. So thank you very much for that, and keep up the good work. Cheers.
So, as usual, we always have a bit of a domestic. 25 years married. So there were a good few number of nominees, and as Val said, there's 3 were shortlisted, and we're delighted that John, as a community first responder, actually within our home area, we would like to say thank you for everything that you do. Congratulations. John actually came and did some CPR training at the gym that I go to, and it was hugely successful. So actually, John, I've offered it to the other gym in the town as well. So we're back up as a double act. The other 2 people are just fantastic. And again, as Gregor said, we're absolutely in awe of everything that you do, because 10 years ago, 33 people came and helped get Gregor up to hospital. So that was fab. So the other 2 people that have won an award, and we'll make sure that they get the same award that John's got today, is a nurse at Glasgow Health Board. She undertakes training within her hospital, but pivotally as well, she looks after people post-cardiac arrest. So that's really, really important, and we thought that that was very worthy, because obviously seeing Gregor and his aftercare and my aftercare and the kids, it still travels with us. So that's really, really important. And the other gentleman as well, just for highlighting defibrillation and where the defibs and cardiac arrest and CPR in Fife. So for us, the chain of survival does work. We just need to make sure that people know how to do it, have the confidence to do it, and that's what the Newton Award's about. Even if it's not successful, you stood up, you took part, and you tried, and that's all we can ask as a family. For me as a wife and mother and somebody who did CPR, thank you so much. Every day you'll turn up to work, you might be bored, you might be frustrated with what's going on, somebody munching crisps in your ear, somebody just saying you've got to do your performance. Keep it up, because my God, you do a great job. Thank you.
I'm allowed to stay for another minute. So I have the absolute pleasure of introducing our next speaker, who will give the Newton lecture. So I'm going to introduce Mr. Stephen Short, with a V, not a PH. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, Shorty. Shorty was my work husband for almost 20 years until he left me. Bereft. Shorty used to be a resus officer, and for all the time I've known him, he has spent his life trying to cajole and encourage and enthuse people into helping improve success from out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. At the moment, he is the project lead for out-of-hospital cardiac arrest for Scas. I'm quite impressed that I remembered that, because I never remember what he does. He has a laugh that would wake the dead, and I'm going to hand over to him now. Thank you.
Thank you. So my first point of concern is my shoes are the exact colour of the carpet, so I might actually trip myself up at some point during this, but I'll try not to. So, unlike Dr. Evans, I do get to talk a little bit about science in this one. As you see from the title, I'm going to talk about the science of high-performance resuscitation. I guess what I'm hoping to do is further enthuse a room full of enthusiasts. Just remind us how important the basics are and why we do the basics, and why those basics make such a difference to outcomes. And maybe hopefully allow you to go out there and remind everyone you work with and all your colleagues why we're doing all this stuff. So bear with me for the next 20 minutes or so, and we'll go on a journey through this. I wanted to start though a little bit about how we get to where we get to when we're resuscitating people, because lots of folk don't know this. There's something up there called ILCOR, the International Liaison Committee on Resuscitation, and effectively these are the groups of individuals that decide how the guidelines are going to be shaped for us to use when we're out there resuscitating people. So there's lots and lots of different groups within ILCOR. There'll be a group that only looks at chest compressions, that only looks at defibrillation, various and vast amounts. And over a 5-year period, they're continually appraising all that information, and they come up with statements, which from those statements are how our resus councils form the guidelines. And then we take all that science, we use, in theory, educational efficiency within our local organisations, bringing all that together to hopefully improve survival. And it's some of these little bits that I'm going to pick into as we're going through this. So, for those of you that are seasoned campaigners, you'll remember this. It's as easy as ABC. Every breathe in circulation, you remember? Nah, audit basics, clever stuff. We've spoken about this for years, okay? You need to understand the problem. You need to get the basics right, because that's what saves people. And you kind of need to throw some clever stuff in amongst it to get those few outliers who need a little bit more than the basics. So, you all understand that, yeah? You all know what CPR is. You shove in the chest 5 to 6 centimetres at a rate of 100 to 120 times a minute, making sure the chest comes back up. You get knackered, you get sweaty. You're probably kneeling in something that's making your knees wet, and you're thinking, oh, Jesus, what is that? I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable now. But actually, what are we doing? What are all the basics? So, take it a little bit further. You're trying to deliver oxygen through circulation, remove cellular waste products. You ventilate people to maintain, actually, and replenish that oxygen that's available in the blood. Sounds really simple, doesn't it? But there's much more to it than that. So, let's take some different elements of it and think about them in a bit of detail. And let's start with the obvious one. Chest compressions. How do they work? There's kind of two theories. There's the cardiac pump theory. You squash the heart, you press on the heart. Remember, your body's designed for everything to move forward. So when you press the heart, it empties. Blood pushes out the heart, pushes forward, and it perfuses the brain. And then there's the thoracic theory. So you then rapidly decompress that chest, which causes that change in pressure. You flood the alveoli with air, causes this change in pressure, and that fills the heart up. And effectively, it's not one or the other, it's a combination of both. So, shove, brain, release, heart. Cerebral pressure, cerebral perfusion pressure, coronary perfusion pressure with the two elements of it. There's some important stuff about that. What do we do wrong as healthcare professionals when we do CPR? Do you know? Go far too quickly. And if you press too fast, it doesn't allow you to fully recoil the chest, which means you're not allowing that heart to adequately fill, which means you're damaging coronary perfusion pressure. Really important. And what happens when you do CPR? You get knackered, don't you? When you get knackered, what do? You lean even more. You're stopping that chest coming up even more, which is still having an adverse effect on what's happening. So keep a hold of that thought. So what do we achieve? For the brain, it's not too bad. You get about 59% of the brain's normal work with CPR, but for the heart, it's not great. If you're doing the best CPR you can, you're only achieving probably around about a quarter of how the heart normally perfuses itself. So you're needing to work quite hard to help that heart. And it's really sensitive to it. You don't suddenly increase coronary perfusion when you start pressing up and down. It takes probably up to 15 chest compressions. Who's like old folk in the room like Gareth? You'll remember you used to do 5 to 1 when there was 2 of you doing CPR. Oh my God. Every time you stop, all that coronary perfusion pressure goes to 0. And then you're trying to get it back up, suboptimally doing 5 to 1. So we do 30 to 2 now, thank goodness. Okay, so you need to be doing that CPR really well to be perfusing that heart effectively. But every time you stop to do a couple of ventilations, that pressure drops again. And you need to build it back up, drops, build it back up. Okay, so thinking about ventilations, which we'll come on to, and how effectively you do them is also really important. It's interesting when you look at realistic CPR. So this was realistic CPR, but in the lay person. Okay, and this is kind of one of the drivers for thinking about compression-only CPR when you're not trained. Realistic CPR should take about 4 seconds maximum to do a couple of breaths. But actually for the lay person trying to do mouth-to-mouth, it's about 16 seconds. So you can see overall at the graphs, that coronary perfusion pressure stays persistently low, which is obviously bad for the heart. Remember, your heart won't have electrical activity if your coronary perfusion pressure is less than about 15 millimeters of mercury. So if it's consistently below that, you won't keep people in VF for long enough, I guess is the message. Okay. And what about the amount of time we spend in the chest? Hugely important. Okay, you need to be pressing continually. And there's a direct link between survival and the amount of time you spend with your chest compression fraction. And effectively, you're aiming to be over 80% of the time you want to be doing CPR. You're only pausing to give breath and defibrillate. The rest of the time, you're on the chest, pressing up and down. And lastly, on this bit, it wouldn't be a Scas without putting up the most stolen slide in the history of Scas. I don't know if you can see that. Gareth Clegg, Emergency Medicine Research Group, what that should say is, lock a medical student in a room over their holidays and get them to do an audit, which changes guidelines. It's amazing. People love this. But it just shows you, to get a chest compression fraction that's high, you need loads of people. 3 or 4 folk in the room, roughly speaking, your chest compression fraction is about 80%. 2 in the room, maybe 60% at best, and after a while, it's even less. Yeah, so just think about that all the time. So there's a few things about there. So the first take-home message is, do good CPR. Do it all the time, at the correct rate and depth, making sure you have full recoil, and the best way you can get that full recoil is you change the provider as often as you possibly can. No more than 2.5 minutes before you should be swapping. Happy so far? Good. Next thing, defibrillation. There's loads of science behind defibrillation, okay? And the single biggest thing we do wrong when we try and defibrillate people is we don't put the pads in the right place. We're pretty good at that one. We're not so good at this one. Kind of sometimes goes about here. Just going to sort of kiss the top of the myocardium rather than go through it. Or sometimes it's here. So it's maybe lateral enough, but it's a bit far round. Sometimes, I don't know. liver is in VF, perhaps, who knows? Optimise this, okay? Walk out this room thinking, the next time I'm going to stick pads on people, I want you not just to cut down the front of their clothing, I want you to cut down their left sleeve. And I want you to make sure you get really good pad contact. Oh, that's my microphone. And I want you to make sure you get that pad where it should be. Left lateral mid-axilla line. Because if you need to defibrillate that person, you want that electricity going through the critical mass of the myocardium. You want it hitting it all. Because if you want the heart to come out of VF, you need to make sure that electricity goes through the part of the heart where the VF started, or it won't work. So take your time with this and get optimal pad position, first one. And the second one is, you hear us going on about this all the time, minimise your pre-shock pause. If you look at animal models, and in this case, pigs, do CPR in pigs in VF and stop, and wait different periods of time before you deliver a shock. In the group of pigs where you only wait 3 seconds and deliver a shock, there's nearly 100% of the time you successfully cardiovert them out of VF, okay? If you get to 20 seconds, pre-shock pause, you've stopped. Your defib's charged, you're not doing anything. You're thinking about getting something out the bag to do the next thing, and after 20 seconds you deliver the shock. You're not going to get them out of VF. So that, get your hands back on the chest while the defib charging is for a reason. It's because you're significantly increasing the chance of that defib shock being successful for that person in VF. And remember, VF stands for very favourable. You can save them, okay? What does that look like in humans? Well, it's pretty much the same, actually, There's that downward trend the longer the pre-shock pause. Makes a bit of a difference, a post-shock pause, but that's maybe to do with the quality of the resus as opposed to anything that's happened physiologically. Okay. The other thing about the shock, don't just keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. First definition of madness and all that. If you've done 4 or 5 or 6 shocks and they're not out of VF, then maybe we should think about shocking them from somewhere else. And this, we've known this for a long time, but this paper that was published in the New England Journal of Medicine a couple of years ago really made this point stand out pretty starkly, actually. After a number of shocks, probably about 5, if it's not worked, change the shock vector, hit that heart from a different direction with your electricity, and you will increase the likelihood of a successful shock. So again, you're coming from a different direction because hopefully you're going to make that electricity pass through the heart where the VF started, increasing that chance of success. So various ones, but I think you're probably familiar with AP. That's probably the best one, although, you need to be mindful you don't generate big hands off the chest time. You can move the pads in various positions though. Bilateral's pretty good. Remember, keep your pads nice and high up. And what's the future? And there's some secondary analysis to this. Should we get another defib out, dual sequential external defibrillation? Charge both defibs up, shock, shock. One traditional, one AP. It's becoming more compelling. Vector change, definitely. Do it in your practice. Dual sequential external defibrillation, watch this space, we're looking at it. Okay. But overall, take-home message number 2, make your shock work. Optimise the pad position, minimise your pre-shock pauses, and change the shock vector after 4 or 5 or 6 shocks. Good, heads nodding. Ventilation, tricky one. Everyone, the advent of compression-only CPR, ventilation is not that important. Ventilation is important in cardiac arrest. You need to be introducing oxygen to people. But in the first period of a resuscitation attempt, it's maybe not the most important bit, because actually your arterial saturation, during VF this isn't, albeit with chest compression only CPR, actually is pretty well maintained. Even after 5 or 6 minutes there, you've still got an arterial oxygen saturation of 70–80%. That's important because actually when you arrive and there's 1 or 2 people there, whether this is on a ward or whether it's on a living room floor or you're in the park resuscitating someone, and you've got quite a lot to do and it's a bit stressful and there's a lot to think about, it kind of helps with the theory of get your hands in the chest, get your pads in the chest, decide if you can deliver that shock, remember you've optimised that pad position, and then you can think about, once your hands are back in the chest, falling into your ventilation strategy as well. Okay? And I think the key is, during CPR, you want to start with basics and slowly progress in that stepwise way. Okay? Your goal is to make the chest go up and down in the simplest way possible, because that's what they need. Chest going up and down equals ventilation. Squeezing a bag doesn't equal ventilation if the chest ain't going up and down. Okay? And the science is behind this as well. Airways 2 is the big thing, you know. No difference between different strategies of ventilation in terms of outcome, but actually equally as importantly, no difference in things like levels of aspiration if you have a supraglottic airway and compared to a tube. But actually a tube, we know, does delay chest compressions because you've got those big pauses in compressions while we're trying to pass the tube, reducing that coronary perfusion pressure all the time. No difference in regurgitation. Lots of common themes, and it's why systems now, and it's an emotive topic, but it's why systems now internationally are looking at what is the safest and most effective way to quickly and effectively ventilate someone whose airway's struggling a little bit. There's one thing you really need to be mindful of, and you've all seen this, every one of you. Someone on the airway doing this while they're watching the person doing chest compressions. And there's a great paper about, there's lots of great papers about this, but I think this is my favourite one because it kind of sums it up. Remember when we were talking about chest compressions? You leave go the chest, it suddenly makes that pressure inside your chest drop, your heart fills up. If you're doing this, you're forcing that pressure to go up, which is stopping your heart filling. So if you're hyperventilating during cardiac arrest, you're reducing the preload of your heart even further in an already preload depleted state, so you're not effectively then getting your coronary perfusion pressure up. So always be mindful when you're ventilating someone that you give them no more than 10 breaths a minute if you're doing asynchronous, or you very much focus on 30 to 2, so that you're not hyperventilating. Hypoventilation clearly is not great either because it's not oxygenating people, and beware of that. So a few things in that. Take-home message number 3. Make sure you're ventilating effectively. Hands, pads, then ventilate, because you want to find out if you can shock it, but when you're shocking it, you want to make sure your coronary perfusion pressure is good for the shock. But make the chest rise and fall, and be really careful never to hyperventilate. Now some of the maybe clever stuff, but I'm not sure it is. Non-technical skills. So some great work in this arena by Steph Cormack, paramedic lecturer down in England. She's done lots of work around about non-technical skills in out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. There's quite a lot of literature about non-technical skills in in-hospital cardiac arrest, and actually they're broadly similar. But I'm going to give us a little bit of a shout out here, and I didn't realise you were coming this morning, Clarkie, but there you go, for your benefit, mate. Throughout Steph's work, the work that's happened in Scotland gets cited a lot, round about the early days of 3RU, TopCat. And I think there's 3 common themes that come out in non-technical skills, because there's loads and loads and loads and loads of them that get cited, but actually 3 ones that probably make the biggest difference are leadership, teamwork, and communication. So leadership. It's absolutely the case that if someone coordinates that resus attempt, you do a higher quality resus attempt, which in turn increases the chances of good outcomes. Hands-off leadership at a cardiac arrest makes a difference. Okay? But for that to work, you need a leader that doesn't have an ego. They need to be doing stuff the right way, and they need to be asking things properly, and they need to show some humility. Then the second thing is, for it to work, you need the rest of the team on the same page as well. So that team has to be up for having someone who's going to coordinate it and help them and work with them, not against them. And again, you've all been there. It just takes one person. And lastly, you need decent communication. There's lots of stuff about closed-loop communication in this stuff. You know, so Gareth, Clegg, I never told you, could you hang me up 250 millilitres of normal saline, please, and tell me when it's done? This is the point you're meant to answer, Gareth. Thank you, Gareth.
That's 250 millilitres.
Yeah. Thank you. That's closed-loop communication. It's rubbish, isn't it? You do that. Yeah, we published a great paper. Arnisa published this amazing work about, in fact, she came to us and said, I want to do a study into paramedics' cardiac arrest in their language, and I went, ooh, that's going to be sticky. I hope she doesn't mind swearing, but then it became clear. And actually, colloquialism in your area was really important to that, because actually it worked as closed-loop communication. Cleggy, fluids, aye, cheers. Just as effective, without all the nonsense going round about it. So leadership, teamwork, communication, all great. Actually, you need everyone on the same page. Take-home message number 4. Don't be a muppet. Because if you are, and you've all been in that team, just takes one person, the wheels come off. Take that out. How do you stop muppetry? And how do you optimize everything we're talking about? And it's kind of simple, but it's really difficult. Go back to the model at the start. Science, education, local implementation. It kind of all boils down to this, okay? And people love a bit of simulation and debrief. So you've got knowledge over here somewhere. You've all got that, I hope. Simulation and debrief's good, and it serves a huge purpose in all this stuff. But it's pretty tricky. It's expensive to do high-fidelity simulation. You need experts, because actually the important bit of simulation isn't the practice bit, it's the learning conversation afterwards. And if you've not got an expert delivering that learning conversation, the wheels will come off your simulation very quickly. And it's really time-consuming. Small numbers of people, takes a lot of time to do this well. You need to find venues and all that kind of stuff. Definitely has a place. If you're training the team leaders of the future, you need to use simulation and debrief as part of that, so you can drill down into that in-depth learning. I think the bit where we go wrong, and when I say we, I think I mean the broader NHS, right across the UK, is probably this bit. And there's tons of literature on this, about skills and drills. Okay, so, train how you want to fight. That's simulation and debrief, and it's kind of right. But to fight well, you need those motor skills in the background, and actually they're the tricky bit. And what you should be doing is deliberate practice, frequently and often as possible, for anything that's a skill, in order for you to have that mastery. Because actually, once you've got that mastery, it's kind of child's play. This is a very young Shorty Junior, by the way. Look how old that defib is. That'll tell you when it was. I actually asked him if I could use it, and he went, "Oh, Jesus Christ, all right." 16 now. But that's what you're after. Take-home message number 5. Practice, practice, practice. You're trying to move towards that centre of excellence where you want to do the right thing for that person all the time. And the best way to do it is for enthusiasts like you to try and remember some of this stuff and take it back out to all your colleagues and get them involved. So I guess in summary, do high-quality chest compressions, right rate, right depth, making sure that chest fully recoils and swap about. Make that shock work, get those pads in an awesome position, and make sure your pre-shock pauses are as short as possible. Ventilate them effectively, the simplest way possible to make that chest go up and down. Don't be a muppet, and practice, practice, practice. And above all, as we always say, keep saving lives, get together and have fun during that practice, and keep being awesome. Thank you.
Shorty, thank you very much. We've got time for a couple of questions for Shorty, if anybody has any. Oh, I have a question at the back there. Not quite off the hook yet, Shorty. There we go.
Hi. I'm not sure if you're the best person to answer this. I work down in England, but I've done my training up in Scotland, and I was just curious why England have moved the 30 minutes of ALS, but Scotland kept the 20 minutes of ALS. It may have changed now. I've not worked in Scotland for a while, so I was just curious.
So that's a great question, actually. I thought about putting some of this in. See, the whole 30 minutes versus 20, it's a bit of a smokescreen, to be honest with you. Okay, for either of those, if you get to that number and you're watching the clock counting down and you go, click, you probably should be in the space that Dr. Evans was talking about earlier. Because I think, actually, if it's an appropriate resuscitation, we should always be going longer than that. You'll get survivability up to about 45 minutes in most cases. After 45 minutes, you're probably not going to survive, regardless of rhythm. Now, if you're still on scene with a banging good VF at that point, I'd maybe question why that is. But even if you are, they're probably not going to survive. So why have we done both? I guess we've always been trying to find the balance, whether you're in Scotland or England or wherever you are, of making sure we resuscitate people long enough, but trying to protect people who it's not right that we're doing it. The direction of travel with all this kind of stuff is actually we need to start pushing the length of our resuscitation attempts longer. But maybe within guidance, we need to start thinking about off-ramps, for want of a better way to put it. So, you know, you go in and you start, absolutely. But after 5 minutes, you've now got more information. Is there some questions we should be asking to say, actually, is this appropriate? So should we stop now? But once we've established it's appropriate, prolonging it. So our guidance, although says 20 minutes, actually is quite clear in that it also says, we didn't want you stopping at 20 minutes. You should probably always be going longer. But again, it's about that protection for folk that we shouldn't be doing it in. Hopefully that answers your question. Yeah.
Just curiosity of why they're sort of different, but it's the sort of same topic. So yeah, thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you. Any other questions for Shorty?
Splendid.
Off the hook, Shorty. Thank you very much.
That was a long pause.
Well done. So, now's the moment we've all been waiting for. This was the most liked episode in last year's Cardiac Arrest Symposium, Flash Talks. And I just want to take a moment to thank the 4 individuals who've agreed to come and do a Flash Talk just now. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, these are very short, very concise little nuggets of information relating to ongoing research or ongoing projects that people have agreed to come and share. They get 5 minutes to share. Very strictly adhered to 5 minutes. There'll be a timer on the screen, so they know how much time they've got, and you know how much time they've got. And if that wasn't enough pressure, you're also allowed to ask them some questions right at the very end. So I know that a lot of time and angst and nervous energy has gone into practicing and really boiling down for you some excellent presentations about some very exciting work that's going on around this clever stuff, around how we enhance the basics for out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. So I'm not going to prolong the misery anymore, the suspense anymore, but I hope you enjoy this as much as we did last year. Can I just welcome up, first of all, Dominica for the first Flash Talk. Welcome. So Dominica is one of the Save a Life for Scotland team. She's been with us for probably longer than it feels like now, probably a lot longer for you, it feels like.
2 years.
Dominica's been partly the architect of pulling Scas together this year, so she's got a double whammy of all of that, plus a Flash Talk, but she's going to be talking to us about a good SAM. Thanks, Dominica. Do you want the...
Hi, everyone. Thanks. Thank you, Gareth, for this introduction. I'm going to have to read from my notes a little bit. I'll try not to do too much of that. Anyway, so we've heard so far from Lisa McInnes today about leaving no one behind. We know that starting CPR early increases the chances of survival and the quality of that survival after OCA. And we also heard from Shorty about, who told us about changing CPR providers to improve those circulation outcomes for patients. So today, keeping left in that chain of survival, I'm going to talk about Good Sam in Scotland. Let's do a little activity. As paramedics, put your hands up if you've arrived at the scene where CPR was ongoing. That's quite a lot of hands. Excellent. And hands up if you thought that was a good thing. Hands up if you've attended a scene and there was a Good Sam responder in attendance. That's pretty good. That's not what I expected. Now, here's a difficult one for you. Hands up if you've attended a cardiac arrest event when off duty as a Good Sam responder. Whoa, that is well done. Thank you. So, I'm going to talk a little bit about numbers in Scotland. But before I move on, I'll tell you very quickly about data study in London and East Midlands, which showed improved outcomes for patients where Good Sam responder was in attendance. But the attendance rates were very low, and unfortunately in Scotland it's not so different. So let's have a look at the Scotland map. In Scotland, we have just over 2,000 responders registered through Scas. And here in this room, I've checked, we've got about 13 of them. Yay! But 13. We can do better than that. So here's a map of Scotland divided into data zones. If you have any questions about these data zones, please direct them to Donald, who's going to be coming after me. And so, the redder the zone, the more responders alerts were being able to be sent to. And the white zones have no responders to send the alerts to. So this next map shows change between the number of alerted and the number of accepted. Alerted, accepted. So let's zoom in a little bit on some of those key areas. So we've got the Grampian, Glasgow and Edinburgh. Alerted, accepted. Alerted, accepted. So the take-home message is we need loads and loads and loads more to register with the app. How can we do it? I mean, we've been trying for some time now. But here's a suggestion. We've got nearly 300 people in this room. If you made a commitment today to register or to encourage 10 people to sign up to Good Sam, it's okay. We'd have 3,000 more people registered with the app. And that can then give us a multiplier or the snowball effect. That's what we need. So can we do it? Yes, we can. Can we do it? Yes, we can. Let's do it. Let's build us an army of crowdsourced responders. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dominica. And we'll save questions you might have for Dominica till the end, and we will do all the questions for everybody when we get to the end. So, next I want to welcome Raid. Raid is a paramedic, has a very educated paramedic, has done a master's in epidemiology. He's currently finishing off his PhD with us in Edinburgh, and his special interest is cardiac arrest in patients with mental illness and the inequalities that exist in their outcomes. So, Raid, there you go.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'll talk today about my project that I was working on in the past 4 years about cardiac arrest characteristics and survival in people with mental illness. But first, let's have a look on the survival in general. So this one is Scotland, and this one is Poland. So yeah. So this is how it looks in Europe in 2017. There is no more recent data to compare to, but Scotland increased. And when we unpack Scotland's survival rate over time, we see that there has been improvement, mainly after the strategy has been launched in 2015, up until COVID. Then things went back to normal. So thank you again for everyone involved in saving more life. But again, when you pay close attention to the y-axis here, it's ranging only from 0 to 20%. And I was talking to a friend about that, and he told me, this is how it's usually presented and in papers and reports. And my friends asked me, he told me that I'm looking to the half empty of the cup. So the question is, and how optimistic we should look to this graph. And the question here is the glass half full or half empty. But if it's only 20%, are we looking to the full glass? This is what we should ask ourselves. So let's look at the whole picture here, zoom out a little bit, and put it in the 0 to 100% scale. And this is how it looks. What we were looking before is just the 0 to 20%. So the question here, are we ignoring that 80% from the graph? And what we can see here that cardiac arrest survival continues to be low, and this is the main message. If we're looking to the whole picture, cardiac arrest survival is still low, and we need to do more. This is how much research was going on since 1980 to 2020, and from 2010 there is this big increase in research, but looking back again to the graph, it's not reflecting how much the survival is improving. So what we are missing in research? For all the young researchers, we need to keep asking this question of why is the cup still half empty? Or to be more accurate, why it is 90% empty? The foundation for each project is the data. So the cornerstone, you need good data, high quality data, and availability. And we need to ask this question, who should benefit from people's data in Scotland, out-of-hospital cardiac arrest data? This question should be asked, and answer should be available there somewhere for researchers who are willing to use these data. And the second question, or the second point, for paramedics and for everyone involved in the data collection process, if it's not documented, it didn't happen. And for us researchers, if it's missing or missing valuable or unclearly documented, we usually exclude it. Last depressing slide, sorry. This is how much funding, this is in the US in 2015, how much funding was for real cause of death. And I will not read the numbers, but you can see here is cardiac arrest fund, like a dollar per cause of death, and it's very low. So we need to do more. My study, and my study is not answering all of that or solving the issue, but just to go over it in 1 minute. So I did this study about investigating cardiac arrest in people with mental illness. We used the unscheduled care data mart, and we compared 3,900 patients to more than 26,000 without history of mental disorder. And here is the green one is the survival in people without mental disorder. But in people with history of mental disorder, it ranges between 1% and 6%. And in this model, when we controlled for the other factors like age, deprivation, sex, and all the other factors, and comorbidity as well, we still see that there is a low survival in people with mental illness. When we stratified by sex, still low survival in both males and females, in older and younger people, and in every deprivation level, and in those who received bystander CPR and did not receive bystander CPR, and those who received shockable and non-shockable rhythm. So the low survival is still there, and we don't know why. Take-home messages, I'll just put them there. And last one, stay positive. And remember, whoever saves a life, it will be as if they saved all of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Ray, thank you very much. That was admirably rapid at the end there. But you set up some very important context for cardiac arrest research and actually illustrated, I think, what we need to do if we're trying to understand these problems and then do something about them. It's not just that people with a history of mental illness survive less often. It's all people with all kinds of backgrounds, whether they're male or female, rich or poor, whether they have bystander CPR, whether they're in a shockable rhythm. So why is that? And what can we do to try and fix it? So thank you very much for that. So let me now introduce Donald McPhail, a well-known face to many in the audience. Donald has been a paramedic for 28 years. Very famously, went to the wrong address, was sent to the wrong address, to be fair to Donald. Oh no, went to the wrong address. To what he thought was going to be a cardiac arrest, wearing a badge cam that gives the most thrilling point of view trip up Leith Walk on a motorcycle that anybody would get. And in fact, I was going to show it today, but I decided to spare your blushes. Donald is clinical effectiveness lead within the out-of-hospital cardiac arrest program for the Scottish Ambulance Service and spends his time really digging down into some of these quality issues and how we can improve them. And he's come today with something which I think is crucially important, but involves a lot of squiggly lines, so you'll need to tune in and concentrate hard. Over to you, Donald.
Thanks very much. So I'm just going to give just a quick rundown on some of the things that we're doing in the cardiac arrest team, looking at defib downloads. So every time we go to any event and we switch on our machine, whether it just be for monitoring a patient or for in a cardiac arrest situation, when you upload all the information, this is kind of what I'm going to be talking about. So I'm just going to show you a couple examples of the kind of information that we see when we start looking into our cardiac arrest data. So we started an audit. So I was talking about it's important to do audits, then basics and clever stuff. Started an audit on what our performance is like in the real world at cardiac arrests. So this is just one sample little page of what we can sort of see. So this kind of gives the underlying rhythm. You can sort of see the top right, looks like probably VF, I think looks like, and then a little red dot up there is when a shock went in, and it's obviously been a change of rhythm since then. And you can maybe see the little black figure with the little green tick. That's every time it's saying good compressions. It's a couple where it's red, saying compress deeper. So we can get a sense of all that. What does that look like, though, in terms of the quality of the CPR and the ventilations? So we can also see this, which shows your CPR depth and your rate, and your green bar is in a good zone. So this event, actually, it's pretty good. We're in the green most of the time for depth, and rate is good as well. That can all be summarised in a little histogram with some numbers beside it as well. This, by the way, the little histograms, you can print off from your defib after an event. I'm not quite sure how to do it while it's still a live job, but if you go into the archive, select the last cardiac arrest, there's a CPR button, it'll print this out. Great little tool for a hot debrief, just be top tip. This shows lots of things. One thing I'll just point out, Shorty mentioned compression fraction, that's basically the time you're on the chest. We want that ideally to be about 80% of the time or above. So here, left-hand side, 4 up, compression fraction, it's done as a number here is 0.76. So actually that's pretty good, 76% of the time on the chest. This is quite a good event. Another one, you can see it looks a little bit different. There's more red there, showing something's not quite going right. This time, it's our CPR depth is maybe not quite so good. If again, look on the left-hand side, compression fraction, 0.76, actually exactly the same. Exactly the same amount of time on the chest as the previous case. However, this patient probably isn't getting the same quality of resuscitation as the first. Important point, context is key. What this doesn't tell you is whether this was a bariatric patient and you simply couldn't compress the chest, whether maybe you've separated the sternum from the ribs and actually you're just not getting much recoil. Context is important, but objectively, this chest wasn't going up and down as well as the other one. And again, what does that look like in terms of just another visual? It looks like that. Clearly not quite as good as the previous one. So this is all stuff that we can see and we're auditing just now. It's the beginning of our audit, not the many numbers yet, just around over 40 we've looked at so far. And this is a little bit what it looks like. So these are, for this 40 odd cases, your mean CPR rate should be between 100 and 120. So it starts off pretty much right, and it goes off just a little bit over 200, 120, not too much. A little bit fast occasionally. This is better than it used to be 10 years ago. We were going far too fast quite a long time ago. This is an improvement. So our rate's actually quite good, looks like so far, from the small numbers, and we'll keep looking at it. Depth, though, 5 to 6 centimetres, should be aiming for. I mean, quite a spread there. 3.6 and 5 centimetres only starts halfway through. How long have we got left? Oh dear, right. So it does look like, and I know it's fairly small numbers, but this is what we've been sensing anyway. And from the others downloads we've looked at and haven't yet managed to put into our spreadsheet, it does seem to be a theme that our compression depth overall is often not as good as it should be. And just reflect back to Shorty's chat about just the importance of that. Worth just keeping in mind. Compression fraction then, the time on the chest, should be 80% above, so 0.8 and over, and you can see 0.8 is kind of hanging over right there. So again, there's a lot of time overall that it seems that we're possibly having pauses off the chest a bit too long. This is basic. This is the basics that we could be doing a little bit better and is going to result in better outcomes. Why do we do all this? Well, it's important because we cannot improve what we cannot measure. So we need to be able to do audits like this. Part of that does require, before anyone's going to put their hand up, and they will later on, I'm sure, I know that for the ambulance colleagues out there, we don't have pucks at the moment. We're working really hard. Basically, the ones we've had are off the market. We're working really hard to try and find something to replace them with. And it is important because ILCOR does recommend it as part of an effective system. It's good for your on-scene improvement during the lifetime, but more so as well, or as much for just the bigger system learning. That all then feeds into the knowledge we get informing our education. Skills and drills, again, we've mentioned, that's something we're pushing for and having conversations at a high level to try and build and look at the feasibility of building a regular skills and drills training, short time, 20 minutes, 50 minutes at the beginning of a shift on a regular basis to help just keep that basic skill level up. It all feeds into how we approach the strategy and thinking about future strategy, and then feedback as well. Individualized feedback would be a great thing to do. It's difficult just getting across some of these hurdles we have, but individualized feedback allows you to reflect on some of those ones we're showing you earlier on, where you can put it in context yourself and think through the event, and just with that quick little skills and drills, practicing the regular and then reflecting after a job, hopefully we're going to be in a better place for just doing the basics better and getting better outcomes. I'm over. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thanks, Donald. Thanks very much, Donald. And finally, James. James, can you take some of these bits and pieces? Yeah, there you go. Cool. Thank you. Brilliant. So, James, you're currently in Inverness.
Yeah, I've run away to the Highlands.
Doing clever stuff around simulation, and has kindly been co-opted into the ambulance service as honorary research fellow, research assistant, not really sure exactly what we call you, probably none of those things, to do some simulation work and applying it to work that the ambulance service is doing around drone delivery of AEDs. So over to you, James.
Thank you very much. So I'm James. I'm an anaesthetic trainee by day, but I have an interest in simulation as a training, but also a research tool, particularly around the bystander response to cardiac arrest. And I've felt really privileged to work with the ambulance service for the last few months on this project, looking at shiny things in the sky that may or may not be able to help us out. This study was funded by the CALUS partnership, important to acknowledge, but they didn't have, so the commercial partners in that partnership didn't have any role in designing our study or interpreting our results. And before I start, I just want to acknowledge all these people here who helped make this study that we're working on a success. So this is the kind of pivotal paper in the drone cardiac arrest space at the moment. It's a paper that was published in Lancet Digital Health a year ago, and it's the first system in the world that's managed to use a drone effectively to deliver an AED to a patient in cardiac arrest. And so in this study, they attempted to dispatch the drone on about 270 occasions. And at the end of that, they had one patient who had survived who probably wouldn't have otherwise because the drone got them the AED. But it's a really interesting study to look at in a bit more detail because of the kind of 55 occasions where the drone managed to get an AED to scene. In 67% of those, so 37 occasions, the drone arrived before the ambulance, and median time was about 3.5 minutes, so the time I've got left for this talk. So they had all of that time for the AED to be on scene and be used before the ambulance arrived. But what's also interesting and a kind of problem that we need to look at is that there were only 6 of those instances where the pads made it onto the patient's chest before the ambulance arrived. Now, in some of those occasions, the patient may not have been in cardiac arrest, and that's why the AED wasn't actually applied. But 18 of those calls were proven to be real cardiac arrests, but only 1/3 of those had the bystanders actually put the AED that the drone had delivered onto the patient's chest in that 3 and a bit minute window. So there's a bit of a problem here. We can get drones to deliver AEDs to the location of a cardiac arrest, but for that system to work and to save lives, the AED's got to make it onto the patient's chest. So we can't just fly a drone to the coordinates and feel good about ourselves and pat ourselves on the back. We know that less than 1 in 5 cardiac arrests in Scotland happen within 200 metres of a pad, and we know that 80% of those arrests happen in someone's home. So there's some tricky logistics about getting an AED from the drone onto the patient. And that's what we tried to look at in this kind of smaller study. So we wanted to look at that interaction between call handler, drone, and the bystanders. So the first question was, can an audio call help us give those instructions to the bystander to interact with the drone? But secondly, we said, well, how could a video call change the way in which that interaction happens? Could it make it quicker? Could it make it safer? We know that video calls improve the quality of bystander chest compressions, but we don't know about whether video calls make it easier to use an AED. And so we wanted to compare those 2 approaches. So we ran a small simulation study. We had 14 cardiac arrest simulations, so 28 bystanders, 2 in each. These were lay people that we recruited to the study. And they had a scenario. They had to call 999. They were given instructions to start CPR. And then in the control group, someone was given instructions and sent outside to meet a drone. And they had to do that on their own because the phone stayed with the patient. They brought the AED back from the drone and delivered a shock. In the video group, after CPR had been started, we initiated another call, a video call to scene, a bit like what you might do with a Good Sam live video streaming. And so the person who was going to meet the defibrillator could take a video call with them to help get instructions about what to do on the way. And we looked at this with video and with time intervals. So this was the drone we had. It's very shiny. And it's a generic medical drone. So it's very good at flying long distances with blood samples. You might think, looking at it already, that there's going to be some problems with a bystander interacting with this. And that was what we were looking at. Our results surprised us. We found that actually in the control group where someone was sent after a phone call, they were quicker at retrieving the AED and bringing it back to deliver a shock compared to the video. And we found that was specifically because in the video group, bystanders were slower to use the AED once they'd got back on scene. And I think that was probably a little bit of, okay, the pads are on, yeah, can I show you, are they in the right place? Oh, okay, right, what do I do next? And that delay, we think, is a kind of unintended problem here. But what we also found in that group, I'm aware of my time, was that in the video group we were able to reduce the pre-shock pause because we could deliver concurrent instructions to the bystander when they're coming back to scene. The flip side of that is that in our audio-only group, 6 out of the 7 bystanders did not interact safely with the drone. They attempted to break the drone. 3 of them tried to pull the battery out of the drone because they thought it was an AED. In the video group, however, 6 out of the 7 bystanders could interact safely with the drone. And this was an example of a bystander meeting a drone, and you can see they've got a video call there to guide them with lovely Adam at the back, giving them instructions of how to retrieve the AED. And we asked bystanders about the problem, and you could see that having the call handler with them on the video helped them navigate the practicalities here, but also gave them a lot of confidence in the resuscitation after they got back with the defibrillator. So the feedback we've got, and this is kind of really early stuff, is that we need to think about, if we use drones, what instructions do we give bystanders before the drone arrives? How do we help them get the AED from the drone when it's on the ground? And what do we tell the bystander who's working their guts off doing chest compressions while the other person is outside interacting with that drone so they know what's going on? So at this stage, we've managed to develop some kind of additional prompts that could slot into MPDS to help bystanders interact with a drone. With this particular model, we know that bystanders couldn't interact safely with this medical delivery drone, and so we need to look at ways of deploying an AED with magnets or with lowering it down on a cable, for example. And the video might help address that, but if we introduce video into the scene at cardiac arrest, we need to think about these unintended consequences like the delay we noticed to AED application. So small study, but some interesting things that we want to explore more. Thank you, and I'm sorry I ran over.
Thanks, James. That's great. Great, thank you. Well, we've got time for a few questions. So what I think we could do is invite all of the flash talkers, if you wouldn't mind, just coming up and arranging yourselves on the platform there. And we have a few minutes for questions on any of the flash talks that you've heard this morning. So who would like to go first? Question at the back. Barry.
Hi there, I've got 2 questions. One for Dominica. Oh, sorry. One for Dominica. Why is Aberdeen so good at logging on to Good Sam, and why is everybody else rubbish? And a more cynical one for the second speaker, is the lack of investment in cardiac survival due to lack of profits for companies that aren't making drugs?
Sorry, Barry, could you repeat your question?
Why is Aberdeen so good at signing on to Good Sam, and why is everybody else so rubbish?
Yeah, that's a fair question. The Grampians have wildcats, and there are many different reasons for why that works well. And I think Donald will have much more to say about it. But do you want to?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of work over a good number of years. It's really just been the massive investment of time and effort, particularly by Lauren Donaldson, who's just not long retired from us. Big commitment over a long time, concerted effort in Grampian to build up these wildcat responder schemes. So in the Grampian area, there's a saturation level of people available to be notified through Good Sam that actually is now making a statistical difference. It's making a difference in terms of people being nearby a cardiac arrest are going to be alerted. And then not everyone can accept, sees the phone, not everyone's able to accept, but with that high saturation of people being informed of a cardiac arrest, more than in a position to be able to respond. Wildcats also treated a little bit differently. It's been a kind of special case. So, for instance, their radius of attendance is wider than we've set for sort of normal radius. So there's various things, but really it's been this big investment in time and effort, which I guess is what we've been trying to push across the rest of the country since.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And Barry, just let me jump in with a little opportunistic comment. Grampian really is proof of concept. It works, and if you look at public access defib use across health boards, Grampian is head and shoulders above all the other health boards in Scotland, and that's because responders are going out via Good Sam with defibs and using them. So their defibrillation rate is something like 15.6%, which is 5.5% higher than anywhere else, or higher than the average. So it works, we just need to make it work.
Don't want to hog the time, but one last thing as well. So one of the things we're looking at as an ambulance service then is replicating something similar to Wildcat, so some kind of cardiac responder schemes across other parts of Scotland. So that's something that's very much what we're thinking about and trying to move forward.
Thank you. Any other questions?
The second,
Oh.
what was the second?
Oh, sorry, I skipped the second part. Apologies.
What was the second question, sir?
It's like cost. Why is it funded so poorly in America? Was it to do with profits, or why is the funding so poor?
The funder was the National Institute of Health, so it's government.
No, I think the question is, why is cardiac arrest research funded so poorly? Is it because there aren't profits to be made by drug companies? I think was that the question? Yeah. So a lot of these other conditions that you listed, right, like diabetes, for example.
Yeah.
There's a lot of big pharma investment in the products that might be.
Yeah. The graph I showed, it's government. Most of it is government funds, and I don't think it's because there are like private sectors willing to fund like cardiac arrest research, but the problem is always first the data, and so the second one is the expertise. Expertise try to find the easiest way to apply for grants and find funds, and usually people will do research in cardiac arrest for a few years, then go to another field where there's like more money and more easier way to get fund.
Great, thank you. Any more questions?
It was just another question on Good Sam. So I kind of noticed from personal experience that disparity as well, where Good Sam responders. So I've been a Good Sam volunteer. I'm just a lay person, just doing CPR in the community. And I've had Good Sam since near enough the start of Good Sam. And this year I accepted my first and attended my first alert. But compared with a colleague of mine who's an ambulance service first responder, who's getting 8 alerts a day through Good Sam. So is there maybe something that we need to look at there? I know there's the Wildcat and stuff in Grampian. He's up in Grampian. Are we looking at, do we maybe need to look at how we're dispatching? You know, are we, looking at getting all these other lay responders? It's a great system, but are we underusing it, really, is my question.
It is a very good question. And we're 2 years in now since we've been properly using it in terms of trying to push it out to the whole community. And we're at a point now where we're starting to tease out who's using it, where they're using it, how far people were outside the radius we've set. We have to start somewhere. So we decided a couple of things. One was that, so there are lots of different, you call 999, go through the call process. It'll spit out some kind of code. There are lots of different codes that might pertain to cardiac arrest, but because we would love for as many members of the public as possible to be available to go to a cardiac arrest, should they be near one, we made a decision to try and keep the code set fairly small, so it's more likely just to be your medical cardiac arrests. We'd rather not send the public to something that might be a suicide, where there might be scene of violence, where it's known through the call that person is almost certainly beyond any help. So we just had to make some kind of pragmatic decisions about where to start. So that was the first thing. Let's just keep the codes limited, and your community first responders have more formal training and so on. So they actually go to a much wider code set. So I think that's probably where they're getting far more alerts too. It does mean, we do know that does mean that actual cardiac arrests are happening at Good Sam aren't being responded to, but we just have to make some sort of pragmatic decisions, at least for now, about what that looks like. Another thing then is the radius we set it to. So we've set it to 500 metres as the crow flies from the location of an incident, which in real world walking terms, with all the squiggles and so on of your paths and roads, is round about 5 to 6 minutes, which is round about our average response time. So again, pragmatically thought, if we just leave it at 500 metres for now, we can have a look to see how the system's been used, where people are attending, where there may be problems. And there's a lot of work going on in the background trying to crunch the data now to try and tease it out. Like urban areas versus semi-rural and remote and so on. Lots of things we're now looking at with 2 years' worth of data. So yeah, we keep on just figuring it out, and then we'll try and make some decisions as to whether we're using it best. We probably aren't using it to its best advantage right now, but we have a place to start.
Thanks, Donald. I think it's also, forgive me again, but it's also worth saying that cardiac responders, like Good Sam, and members of the public who are untrained or have just basic CPR training are not the same thing. So Good Sam responders are mobile, they have their own defibrillators, and they have a different skill set. Sorry, Good Sam, Wildcat, thanks, Shorty. Wildcat responders are a different category. So we send them out to different kind of jobs. And what would be brilliant is if we had lots more schemes. In other areas of the country that we've identified don't need defib stuck on the wall because there aren't enough walls, because people don't live close enough together. What they need are cardiac responders, like in Grampian, to be instigated in other parts of the country. Brilliant, really good questions. Any other questions about drones, about mental health and cardiac arrest, or epidemiology and cardiac arrest? Yep, Marcus.
Thank you. Some fantastic presentations there. My question is in relation to the AD drones presentation. Which geographic location do you think could have the kind of biggest potential impact for that type of intervention, you know, rural or urban?
That's the $1 million question, I think. I saw your hand shoot up there when Gareth said drones, so I had a feeling that was coming. So if you look at this Swedish study from last year that's in the Lancet, it's quite interesting because what they've done is chosen a kind of small geographic area to focus their efforts in. And I think if we're going to make any progress with drones in the UK for cardiac arrest in the next 10 years, there's a lot of hurdles logistically to get over. And one of the big ones is the aerospace restrictions. So currently, and I'm not an aerospace expert, but the kind of Civil Aviation Authority restrictions in the UK are a big limiter. And I think drones could have a potential in an urban environment when there's congestion. They could have a benefit in a very, very rural area, but in Scotland we have busy aerospace. So I think when this starts to become a reality, what we're going to have is very carefully crafted test areas that span the rural-urban divide, and there will be different logistics and challenges in both areas. So I guess in answer to your question, it could help everywhere, but I think we need to test small scale in all of those areas to start with.
Thank you.
Just in our study, the drone actually hovered. Then we started the simulation and it landed, so we didn't have to negotiate any of those problems. So.
Got another question in the front there.
I was just wondering what constitutes mental illness. It seems like it's an extremely broad category.
Yeah, so the data we use here, the only available data we could use in this project is the unscheduled care data mart. And in this study, it's limited to, the definition is limited to those who were admitted like out of hours, like unscheduled admission to psychiatric hospital or acute general hospital. And again, that's from 2011 because the UCD data is available from 2011. So if someone was admitted before 2011 and had cardiac arrest in 2015, they will be included as not having a mental illness here. So this study is limited to that. We're trying to find out another way to link a broader study to better define mental illness.
And do you have any speculation as to a causality?
So for the causality, there are many like proposed mechanisms, but the main one that we need to investigate is the effect of psychotropic medication. Previous studies found those people had less bystander CPR rates, but in our study we found that even in those with bystander CPR, the survival is still low. So we need to link medication data to see what people were using in terms of psychotropic medication, because we found also they have less chances of non-shock rhythm. So one of the main unknown yet potential causes is the effect of psychotropic medication. And there are other causes related to the general physical health and disparity in care, either pre-hospital or after care in hospital, but still not investigated yet.
Thanks.
Great. We've got one more question at the back. Oh, two more questions, and then we'll finish. So one at the back there, just keeping the runners running. Thank you. Well done, Kaz.
So just on the study about the defib downloads, was that information taken from the pucks? And if so, my sort of general understanding of it is that pucks are extremely beneficial. Obviously, we know that we need good chest compressions, and as such, should every trust be using them? I know the one that I work for, they don't have them, which I found very strange when I went to work for them. And when I talked about it to staff, my understanding is that because they've never had them, they sort of were like, oh, it's a lot of money, you know, we don't need them. Whereas I found that when I've had to use them up in Scas, you might think you're doing good chest compressions, but actually it's very easy to become tired. And so if the research is there to show that they are beneficial and that they improve outcomes.
So we've done a random sample of our cardiac arrest, known worked cardiac arrest calls. So we're just, as we're going through them, we're stumbling upon those where a puck was used and those where a puck wasn't used. So it's including both. Where a puck is used, though, you get a full range of metrics. You get the depth, and you get the depth, which you don't get. In terms of us looking at our system, without the puck, you were missing an absolutely key vital component of being able to understand what we're doing. So as a system, pucks should be included. ILCOR recommend it as part of the system. In terms of second part, but should everyone have pucks? So there's the evidence out there is limited in terms of the improvement in actual performance, real time, live on scene. But it does give you the opportunity, and we've got a hopefully temporary lack of pucks in the ambulance service at the minute. And as I'm travelling in the country, the most consistent question I'm being asked is, where are the pucks going? Why are we not using pucks anymore? So people are actually wanting to use pucks. They're also saying things like, you know, if you've got somebody helping you on scene, another bystander, it's great to be able to say to them, just keep on squeezing that chest until that bar goes green. So people want to use them, they are using them. In terms of other trusts, well, ILCOR recommend it. ILCOR recommend it as part of a system. It does give the opportunity for those who choose to use it on scene to improve their performance. And as the bigger system picture, it just informs what's going on. So if your trust doesn't use it, I couldn't say it's a recommended piece of kit as part of a bigger system. Limited evidence that it's going to be actually beneficial for an individual unless you choose to use it in that circumstance.
See, there's Dr. Clark itching to say something there before we go across here.
Just related to that, as Donald said, you get all the metrics if you use the puck, but most of the defibs now will give you some metrics that can be downloaded and analysed on the basis of the transthoracic impedance. So you won't get the depth, which Donald showed was key, but I suspect if you went to your trust, they should have a way of downloading information about compression fraction. And I think if you can show that the compression fraction isn't great, and you can show a benefit with feeding back that information, which we did a while ago here, and that was what led to the puck rollout in the first place, I think that might help you make the argument.
That's great. So to summarize that, I think what we're hearing is you can get some information without a puck, and you should use that information. But pucks are essential to a mature system because they give you in-the-moment feedback on your quality. They give you important information about depth and recoil for after-action review, and it's the only way that you can manage the performance of a service, because otherwise you have no idea what the quality of CPR is without the kind of work that Donald's undertaking. So just for clarity there, I think there are some very good reasons why this kind of technology is important. Final question over here.
It's difficult to improve what you can't measure.
Yeah. Final question over here, and then we'll stop for lunch. Thank you.
Yeah, my question was for the same person, and you mentioned, which was very interesting, getting back on the chest while the defibrillator's charging. I teach quite a lot of emergency first aid at work courses, often to people who've never had first aid training before. Is it something you'd recommend me to cover with them, or is that just an extra complication that will make them more confused and less likely to remember what they're supposed to be doing?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch the question.
So yeah, you mentioned about the covering, going back on the chest while the defibrillator's charging. I just wondered, because I teach first aid to usually sort of emergency first aid at work level to a lot of people who've never had first aid training before. Would you recommend that as part of the standard procedure, or is that just likely to cause more confusion?
The people you're dealing with will be using a public access defib, I'm assuming. And the defibs that ambulance services and in-hospital use, you can set it to a manual mode, and that going back in the chest applies then. For a public access defib, they're sort of in an automatic mode, and while it's saying to you stay off the chest, you really have to be off the chest to let it do its analysis and then decide whether you want a shock or not. If you start doing CPR again, it may confuse the machine, and if a shock was possible, it might decide not to do it. So for the people you're dealing with, follow the machine, which is really, you get the 2-minute mark, the machine says stand clear or analysing, you just have to remain like that until it says start CPR again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I think that was a no from Donald. Great. Great. I think we'll stop there because it's time for lunch. So, folks, if you want to hear more about drones, you could chat to James over lunch. Please enjoy lunch. We've got quite a long lunch break, time to network, to say hi to folk, to meet people that you've not seen since the last Scas. Please interact with the sponsors. Thank them for your free lunch. And please go right through to where the third sector partners are in the hall all the way through and say hi to them too. Thank you.
Everyone, hello. Hello. Welcome back after lunch. I hope you all had a lovely lunch. Did anybody have the mocha cake? It was absolutely delicious. I was so tempted to go back for two, but I didn't. I'm Ellen McIntosh. I am the Policy Manager for Heart Disease and Out-of-Hospital Cardiac Arrest at the Scottish Government. Gareth has asked me to crawl out of the corner that civil servants usually sit in, dark, shadowy corner, and actually stand in front of you to introduce some speakers today. I have the privilege of introducing some speakers on PADMAP. The Minister reflected earlier that I was giving her the eyes to speak more about some of the work Scottish Government is doing on cardiac arrest. So I'll use this as a bit of a plug to say the Scottish Government and St John's Scotland funded PADMAP. And the two speakers I'm away to introduce, two Bens, Ben Lung and Ben Beaumont. Ben Lung is a recent PhD student from a recent PhD graduate, I should say, sorry, from the University of Toronto, and Ben Beaumont is the head of software at Day 6, and both have been working to develop PADMAP, and I'll let it to the experts to explain all about it. Thank you.
Yeah, the clicker. Oh. Okay, well. Anybody know any good jokes while we're waiting? All right. Yes. Perfect. Thank you. All right, so yes, I am, well, that looks very strange to have doctor in front. I just finished my PhD 2 months ago, so it's still very fresh. Thank you, thank you. I'll take all the applause I can get for that. Yeah, and I'm very privileged to have the opportunity to come here from Toronto to Edinburgh to talk a bit about this, what started as a research project together with the Resuscitation Research Group and has now morphed into something that is larger and more public-facing and, most importantly, more impactful than whatever a research paper could do. So I'll start, with a little bit about public access defibrillation, and I'll talk a little bit about, just a tinge about the past and about the present of where we are and looking towards the future. And then I'll hand it off to Ben B to be able to do that. So how many of you have looked at the exhibits either this morning or during lunch, specifically, the AEDs that were out there? That's great, good show of hands. For those of you who haven't, shameless plug, please support our sponsors so we can, keep doing this and support our cardiac arrest research. So suffice it to say, I think most of us have not seen this one, right? So it's suffice to say that we've come a long way since the 1940s when this was really kind of the first prototypical working defib that's been out there. But more nowadays, we are interested in these kinds of automated external defibrillators, or AEDs for short. They're very intelligent. I have an engineering background, but I will spare you the details of all the engineering of what goes on in this device, right? Suffice to say that as laypersons, we try to be there in time, right? That's the most critical part. Do our chest compressions, apply the pads onto the patient, and then press the on button, and then just listen and to the prompts and deliver the shock as needed, right? So, defibrillators are great, and one of the ways that we want to have defibs out in the public is to have what's called a public access defibrillation program, or PAD, right, or PAD, right? Not to be confused with the pads on the pad itself, right? I always find that a little bit confusing, but just to be clear of what that's about, right? So hopefully most of us, if not all of us, have seen boxes like these, right? Of varying colors, varying sizes, but hopefully most critically containing an automated external defibrillator inside, so that we can go and retrieve it, right, for a nearby cardiac arrest and apply it to the patient, right? There is, there is a lot of things to be said about this particular one, not to shame whoever's this one is, right? But there is a lock on it. So I think that is just warranting to be said. out there. My personal opinion is that, in order to expedite access to the AED itself, right, that there should not be a lock. But that, and I think that that opinion, it just needs to be put out there, right? So with the public access defibrillation program, right, or this PAD program, right, we want to put defibs, right, in places where they are easily accessible and where they're going to be used, right? And does a PAD program work? Well, statistically speaking, it does, right? And it's not just statistically speaking because we're talking about a casino, right, where one of the first studies to show that having rapid access to defibrillation can result in survival rates of up to 70%, right, for cardiac arrests that occur in the casino, but it's because it's in it's an environment that is closely supervised. They want to make sure you're not running away with all the money and all the chips, but it works, right? If we can rapidly deploy defibrillators to cardiac arrests, then we can really optimize the chances of the patient surviving, right? And so, if something like this is working, right, then the natural conclusion should be we want to put defibs just about everywhere where they're going to be able to be used as rapidly as they are in casinos, right? And so the logic follows that we should be buying and placing pads out there. And we've done a really good job here in Scotland, right? Especially the past few years, right? We have more than, and this is a little bit older data to the end of, to like mid-22, right? But, over the past few years, we have more than doubled the number of registered pads known to the ambulance service. And really, if they're not known to the ambulance service, they might as well not exist. So we've done a very good job here of incentivizing or motivating people and organizations to be able to place the pads out there. If we put them out there, the intuition that it follows that they're going to be used. Is that right? Well, what does the data say? Right? I'm a numbers guy. I really like seeing these numbers. That's part of my research. So if we put more pads out there, the logic follows that more people should have a pad, more cardiac arrest patients should have a pad applied to them before the arrival of ambulance service. Unfortunately, the data suggests that that's not very true, right? We've more than doubled the number of pads placed out there and known to the ambulance service so that they can be dispatched, so that people can be dispatched and told where the nearest pad is. But the rate of pad usage has stagnated at around 10% with some random variation, right? And so we still have a long way to go in terms of improving and increasing the rates of defibrillator use before the arrival of ambulance service, right? And one of the questions, or one of the reasons why that's not working is because of things like this, right? So, again, not to shame whoever did this, right? I know they have the right intentions in mind, right? But if you're going to put a defib out in the middle of a field, right? What are the chances that someone is going to have a cardiac arrest nearby, right? What are the chances that that defib that's in there is going to be used before the arrival of ambulance services? I would say very low, right? And I know this is a bit more of an extreme example, right? But in general, at least for Scotland, and is replicable in other parts of the world, we're just not placing pads where they need to be, right? Here's a graph that looks at the distant, pad usage rate, right? So the usage of a defib before the arrival of ambulance services to a cardiac arrest, right? And the distance to the nearest public defib, right? So on the left, you've got 100 meters, right? So if the nearest defib is within 100 meters, there's about a 25% chance that patient will have a defib used. As you increase that distance and it gets farther away to have to bring the defib over to the patient, right, that usage rate drops to 10% and then eventually down to 0, right, just because the nearest defib is going to be too far, right? So we know that we want to put defibs where cardiac arrests are likely to occur, right, and put them proximally, because then it's easy, just grab it, put it onto the patient, you save that time, you make sure you have that defib placed before the ambulance service arrives, okay? But, how many defibs are actually within that range, right? Within the 100-meter range, it's about 4 to 5%, right? So only 1 in 20 pads are placed within 100 meters distance of a known cardiac arrest, right? And of course, as you increase that distance, right, you get this different relationship, right? You get more pads placed within 500 meters, but then, then it becomes too far, right? So how do we, develop a framework for how to place the pad, or where should the pads be placed, right? We should be using the data to inform us of where cardiac arrests occur, right? And then put the pads in the respective places where cardiac arrests are likely to occur so that they are actually going to be likely to be used, right? And this was a big part of my PhD in looking at the incidence rates of cardiac arrests in Scotland and then determining where pads ought to be placed, right? So does this data-driven placement framework, does it work, right? Does this strategy work? Well, we took a look at a pilot area in Falkirk, and I have to credit this part of the presentation to Martin Short, who is part of Friends of Forth Valley First Responders for making all this possible, right? We took a look at where the existing pads were, and then we took a look at where cardiac arrests were occurring, and then we used machine learning, artificial intelligence methods to determine where new pads ought to be placed, right? And for us to be able to determine where they would be of greatest value for future cardiac arrests, right? Does it work? Well, we did a bit of an experiment, right? And we placed 55 pads out there. About 60% of them were placed in using the data-driven suggested placement, right? And we found that first, they're accessible to 3 times more cardiac arrests if they were placed using the data-driven framework than from the existing and non-data-driven locations. Over the past 18 months, where we've been looking at this from an experimental point of view, the pads that were placed using data-driven placement accounted for 90% of pad deployments recorded in Falkirk that we know of, right, as a limitation. And they correspond to 85% of the shocks delivered to the patient, right? So that is a big difference between, having pads in places informed by data versus those not informed by data, right? So we know that this is going to work, right? And then the question becomes, how do we get this knowledge out there, right? It was, as part of my PhD, it was very painstaking to do this for Falkirk, right? But how do we get this knowledge out to the public? How do we do this for the rest of Scotland? And so with that, I'd like to hand it over to Ben B, who will tell us, some of what we're going to be doing here.
Okay, well, look, it's really nice to be here. It's really nice also being a software developer and a UX designer, and I come at the end of this process. So these guys have been working for years, working really hard to make this happen, and I get to come and introduce a tool to you all that's the shiny bit. Yeah, it comes down to the work of these guys and a lot of partners who I'm going to just touch on at the end who made this happen. So it really is a team effort. Okay, so I guess the first question, what is PadMap? In the simple terms, it's an optimal location finder for the placement of new AEDs, and specifically for maximum impact, as you saw from what Ben was saying. A few key things that really matter. One, it's freely accessible. So this is a web app you can just go to, and you can just interact with all of the data in Scotland. It's real time, so it's pulling the data from British Heart Foundation, Scottish Ambulance Service, to ensure that when new pads are placed, all the positions get updated. So the optimal location is constantly changing with the data. It's educational, so the team behind this have been working hard to make sure that this is accessible to somebody who doesn't know anything about pads, and therefore how do we educate people about all the other aspects of pad placement, not just the optimal location. It focuses on pointing to lots of best resources. So this isn't trying to replace any of the resources that are there. It's trying to do the opposite, in fact, get people more engaged with all the great resources that are provided by all the different organizations that are working in this. And so we describe it as part of a toolbox. So it's just one little tool in this overall machine of trying to have an impact on cardiac arrest survival. So a key thing just to call out, that the tool calls out, we need to use this with experts, local pad placers, people with local knowledge, people who are used to placing pads, and then of course national guidance. Then a question of who it's for, and then we'll actually just show you how it works. So key thing, we wanted to make it useful for everybody. So this is the picture of the Edinburgh Marathon, and there are going to be people out there who are going to go and raise money to place a pad, but they don't know anything about pad placement. And we want this tool to be useful, to excite them, to engage them, but then also point them to all the best things, best resources that are going to help them do that well. But we also want Falkirk. So we want the council who are committed to placing 55 pads. We want to make it useful to them, or whether it's Scottish Government. If the Scottish Government wants to deploy pads, how do we do that well? So it needs to work for everybody, from that person who knows nothing and is going to place one, all the way up to somebody who's going to place 100 pads. Okay, we're going to try a demo. I recorded a video so that I'll just narrate through. So it's an interactive map. We'll see if this plays. Don't know if I need to press something. Oh, there we go. Okay. So it uses an interactive map. You can see we've got Scotland mapped out here. And in the top left corner, you can browse by postcode. You can browse by city district, or browse by council area. So if we zoom into Edinburgh, you'll see it jumps into Edinburgh, or you can move across to, let's say, Glasgow City. And then similarly, you can drill down to a specific postcode. But for the purposes of this, we'll just show Edinburgh City. And then in the top right, you've got your various layers. You can turn these on and off. I'll run through them in a second, just once this. So to begin with, we've got arrest risk, and you can see here, this matches to what that Ben showed in that slide, where we've got the highest risk is in that population-dense centre of Edinburgh. And then actually across the north of Edinburgh, there's a few more higher risk areas, but then down in the south and in the west, much lower risk. And that does happen to kind of coincide with, social factors as well. Then you can layer on, let me move on. Okay, so then you can layer on all your existing pads, and this is coming from the circuit. So thanks to the circuit for providing that data. And then finally, what you'll see is in Edinburgh, there's really good density in the center of Edinburgh. And interestingly, quite a lot of density out in the west where it's less likely for you to have an arrest. And then finally, you can put your suggested locations on. And here you can just scroll through the slider, and it will start from one pad there in the south of the city. That's the optimal location at the moment. And then slowly but surely add more and more pads, and it will give you more and more optimal locations. And we'll go through the details of how this is calculated in a second. And then you can just layer all the data up. So if we zoom right in, to assist pad placers, you'll see all the defibs that are currently there with that kind of 200-meter kind of diameter, 100-meter radius. And here you can see, here's a suggested location, Queen Street Gardens, or Princess Street Gardens, sorry. And we'll just browse up to one that's just in the north here. So the mapping tools are great. If you zoom, we'll zoom right in. Here's a suggested location. And so if somebody's browsing for the first time, this starts to give them an idea. Here's a 100-meter radius, 200-meter diameter. If you're going to place a pad anywhere in this zone, where's the best place to place it in the zone? And this is where that kind of local knowledge, local pad placers are brilliant. Maybe the best place is actually on the street corner, for example. Just another little worked example at postcode level, which I think is quite interesting. So we'll do EH9, which is literally right here. We're next to the Scot right now, if you're not from Edinburgh. And you can see here, this is EH9, and it's saying the best location right there is in Grange Lone. And that kind of makes some sense. I live near here, and that's where there's a lot of volume of traffic, so maybe there's more density of people there. But when we jump this up to, say, 5 pads, you'll see that specifically this first point is no longer part of the suggested location. So if we jump to 5, and the reason for that is that these other pads are actually providing that coverage. And that's the key thing about this is that the team and the research, it's not just chaining one after the other. Here's the best, here's the second best, here's the third best. It's taking into account how many you plan on placing. And then it's doing all that complex algorithmic work to work out what's the optimal way to place those 5 pads, not the individual pads. Okay, finally, just in the bottom here, to try and help with collaboration, there's a way of sharing, and what it does is it allows you to take all of your settings and then share that with someone else. So if you're planning on placing 5 defibs, here's a suggestion. You can share that link, and then other people will be able to see exactly what you were seeing and what you were looking at. So let's just zoom back up to Edinburgh for a second and just repeat Falkirk for 1 minute. So if you want to repeat Falkirk, you've got 30 pads. I didn't realize it was 55. And then right there you can see, if we wanted to repeat the exercise in Edinburgh, this is actually where the math would suggest we need to place our pads. It's quite interesting, that kind of ring around Edinburgh. Edinburgh Central, highest risk, but got great coverage at the moment. And so the data is kind of maybe giving us results that we might not intuit ourselves. Okay. How does it work? This is quite important, I think, just as we share this. The data to drive this comes from the circuit, the BHF. So as soon as somebody registers a pad and that data becomes available in the feed, that's combined with the Scottish Ambulance Service, who have been brilliant, who collect all this cardiac arrest data, and that runs through this pad map engine that Ben and his team have built, and it's doing that on a nightly basis. So it ensures that if a pad was registered on the Wednesday, on Thursday, that location will no longer show. And that's really important if we're going to make a dent on this. Last couple of things for me to say. One is just thanks. So it's been created by University of Edinburgh, University of Toronto, Scottish Ambulance Service. Without these guys, this couldn't happen. We just came in at the end and built the shiny bit. So real thanks to them. It's already been mentioned, funded by St John's Scotland and the Scottish Government. Again, couldn't have happened without them. But also a few people to call out still on the bottom. PAD Scotland, British Heart Foundation, meant to put that in there. Good Sam, Save a Life for Scotland. Without these organisations, they've been helping us to think about and test the tool, think about the messaging, think about who we point to, make sure that it really does support those people from 1 pad right up to 100. And the PAD Scotland team have been brilliant. They're going to continue to beta test with us because we'll be launching this quarter. So we're just in that final phase. And I guess our hope as a team, us as well, but as a whole team, is that as we start to place pads and we start to see the data coming back from Falkirk, that it will actually mean more people get shocked. So what you can do is, once this is launched, you can share it, use it, feedback. Where you see anything that can be improved, let us know, and we'll work on that. That's it.
Perfect. Thank you both. Thank you both, Ben, so much. Amazing work. Gareth has said we can sneak in 1 question. So does anybody? We've got 1 question here. Is there still a Roman mic? Just there, that gentleman in the glasses.
Hi, this is really interesting, but does your placement algorithm consider transportation in the area, or is it just doing distance as the crow flies?
So it does consider, my mic is on, yeah. So yeah, it does consider the travel distance from, the road network that, a pedestrian could reasonably take, yes. Rather than just as the crow flies. Because if it were, if you put one on Cowgate, it might be very accessible, but yeah, you've got no way of doing that unless you're Spider-Man, right? So, yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks.
Next on the agenda is an update from RC UK. It's a privilege to introduce Marcus Lonely-Evans and Adam Benson-Clark, who've both travelled from south of the border to be with us today. Both Marcus and Adam have very long job titles like myself. I've tried to remember the order of the words, but we'll get there. Marcus is Public and Policy Affairs Manager at RC UK, and Adam is Deputy Director of Clinical and service development at RC UK. I'll let them give an update. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just call myself Deputy Clinical Director or Deputy Director of Custard Creams because it's so much easier to remember. First and foremost, guys, thank you for having us here today. It's really nice to be here, to be in front of you guys. We're going to give an update of some of the highlights over the last 12 months. But I think it's key to say that we can't really do what we do at RC UK without you guys in the room. So first and foremost, thank you greatly for everything that you do. So from a clinical perspective, I'm just going to run through a few of the updates, our key updates from the clinical service team over the last year. Some of these link nicely into some of the discussion topics we've already had today, so that's always nice to know that we're singing from the same hymn sheet. So first and foremost, we've got a lovely picture there of an AED cabinet without the lock, Ben, for you, wherever you are in the room. There we go. And quite frankly, we agree. So this year, you guys may be familiar with us. We've got a lovely consensus statement on our website about locked versus unlocked cabinets. And we're very, very much in the camp of having an unlocked AED cabinet in the community. We were approached by NHS England, who have received complaints that, or concerns that cabinets within their local community are registered on the circuit, but sometimes that information may not be as up to date as it could be. So the lock code may be different or it may be missing. And therefore that adds an unnecessary delay into providing that urgent patient care, for when that time is really, really critical. So we work with our stakeholders and partner organisations, so St John and British Heart Foundation, as well as other key individuals, to review the information we had in our statement, and we've made it a lot more robust and stronger. We've used key data from the circuit, so we've already mentioned it's the National Defibrillation Network. There's around 90,000 defibs on the circuit registered at the moment, and it actually shows that theft and vandalism is less than 2% across the UK. So when you put that information together, actually, if you think about why is there a lock on the cabinet, it makes it look like it's a desirable item, it's something in there is worth stealing, where actually it's not. And actually, by having the lock removed, it doesn't increase the chance of survival at all. But we also recognise that in some areas across the UK, theft and crime are higher than the average. So therefore, there may be a need to have some form of preventive measure on the device to highlight its importance and why it's there. And I will be stealing Lisa's quote from the end of her session earlier, where it said, the defib is there, not just for the community, it's because we care about the community. And I think these types of messages really hit home quite hard. So that's on our website. It's been signed by many organisations. Use it to your advantage if you've got any groups coming to you asking about information about what do they need to do, and think about putting a public access defib within their community. Going to the bottom slide, we've got the resuscitation on the field of play document. I'm quite proud of this, and it's quite an exciting document. We were approached by a member of our community and ambulance resuscitation subcommittee to talk about challenges about providing resuscitation care at elite sporting events. And we've certainly seen this over the last couple of years where there's been high-profile events of cardiac arrest happen, particularly in football, and we've seen it on TV. There are challenges afoot there because with TV organisations and such, there could be penalties if a play is suspended for whatever reason because of scheduling. But our priority is always down to that patient and that person on the field. We know that if you're an elite sports person, that you're at higher risk of having a sudden cardiac arrest for that patient population. But actually the outcomes are really quite good and quite high. So what we've done is work with other organisations such as the Football Association, Rugby, as well as the Olympic Committee, medical squad, to look at writing a document which talks about resuscitation on the field of play. And I must admit, that's the cleanest football I've ever seen on a football pitch. But it doesn't just look at football. This looks at any sporting environment. And it talks about thinking about you as a core team member resuscitating at that point. Think about having up to 6 minutes, so 3 shocks from a defib, and then thinking about how you're going to get your patient off that pitch. Where are they going to? What care do they need? Thinking about what your local policies are for skills and drills and simulation to really hone down what you need to do as an elite medical squad. Okay, and I say this goes through absolutely any organisation, if you're working in equestrian, if you're working with sea sports, water sports, and stuff like that. So this is a really good document we produced this year. If you want access to it, it's free on our website, and it's also published in the British Journal of Sports Medicine as well as a public access, free access document. Big thing in the middle here, which we're really proud of, which is our quality survivors quality standard. And Mark is going to talk about this in a bit more detail, but this was launched a couple of weeks ago at Holyrood, so we're really pleased that we can talk to you about this today, talk to you today about this. It's our first quality standard where we've looked at survivors. So those of you who are familiar with our quality standards, they talk about providing robust resuscitation services, training and guidance, particularly in healthcare organisations. And it very much concentrates on what happens in those four walls of a hospital. But this goes above and beyond this. So we recognise that actually there is that forgotten group, which are cardiac arrest survivors and their co-survivors. So when we talk about co-survivors, we talk about their family members, their friends, people who are there with them when they've had a cardiac arrest or who are supporting them afterwards. If you have a cardiac arrest due to an etiology like an MI, you'll fall under a post-cardiac arrest, sort of a post-recovery cardiac recovery plan. If you're in the community, you've had a cardiac arrest, and it's unknown etiology, you won't fall into any rehabilitation service. Similarly, if you're in hospital and you've had a cardiac arrest due to sepsis, again, you won't necessarily fall under a pathway for rehabilitation care. But what we know from speaking to these individuals is they have cognitive impairment, or some do, they might have emotional well-being issues, they might have physical impairment, and it's a huge traumatic event. It's the ultimate medical emergency. So what this document does, it provides advice and guidance about that initial support that we can provide them, where to signpost for additional support, and looking at that long-term care of individuals. Two things that always hit home. I had the pleasure of presenting this at the Southern Cardiac Arrest UK conference last year that we were introducing and looking at doing this as well as some of our campaigning. And you had a cardiac arrest survivor who couldn't live in their own home because of the trauma being associated with being in that building. So they lived in their caravan. Had someone else's wife couldn't go shopping because their son had a cardiac arrest in the supermarket. And it's these types of things which are often left unexplored, and this is now about providing help and guidance and support for this population. Going down to the bottom, we've got two lovely young people running around in orange jumpsuits. So again, on that film of survivors and providing support, it's not just support about the people in the community, it's what can we do for ourselves and us as healthcare professionals. And if we think about cardiac arrests, as healthcare professionals, you're expected to be able to manage them and deal with them and then go on to the next patient and continue your day. But we know that doesn't necessarily happen like that. And we can all remember those times where we've been to a cardiac arrest and it's hit hard and it's hit home. So we've released a document called our Wellbeing Survivor Responder document, and that looks at how we as healthcare professionals can help support each other and what support we may need from our service providers as well, and what we can do to help become more resilient and think about coping strategies. So have a look at that document. It's a really, really well-written document. And particularly when I look at this room, and I know most people in here are probably paramedics, and you guys deal with the most cardiac arrests in probably some more challenging situations. And then finally, for me, in the top-hand corner there, I'm going to be talking about our out-of-hospital course program. And this is really quite exciting. A lot of the stuff we do is quite exciting, actually. I'm very biased. We are developing a program of courses specifically aimed for practitioners in an out-of-hospital environment, so doctors, nurses, paramedics. And that's not saying that our current portfolio course is wrong. It doesn't mean it needs it. It absolutely does. But there are challenges and uniqueness in that out-of-hospital environment that us as hospital-based clinicians don't necessarily understand or perceive, such as like human factors and those non-technical skills. Think about the environment, think about transporting patients, and there's some clear, significant clinical elements within that course, like a traumatic cardiac arrest and management that we don't necessarily have to deal with in hospital, but you guys on scene. So we've tailored an ALS course, an advanced life support course for the pre-hospital environment. And that will be hopefully launching in next year. We're in our current proof of concept stage, which is where we test the product to make sure it works. And when we go into piloting, I'm really excited to say that Basics in Scotland is going to be one of our first pilot centres. So I think this is a real great opportunity where we can help serve our out-of-hospital community. Along with the out-of-hospital ALS programme, we've just launched our out-of-hospital newborn life support course as well. Again, recognising that actually when you're dealing with an infant, a newborn, which needs resuscitating, that can also be quite a unique event in an out-of-hospital environment, and we don't have those same considerations that we need in an in-hospital environment. So again, it meets the needs, and particularly looking at our paramedic cohort and our midwifery cohort who will go to those emergencies. Thank you. I'm going to hand over to Marcus, who's going to now talk about some of our comms and engagement stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, everyone. I'm Marcus. I'm the Policy and Public Affairs Lead at Resuscitation Council UK. A couple of confessions first. Whenever I come north of the border, really inspired and quite envious sometimes by the innovation and ideas that you have here. And the second is that I often quite like to try and take them home and pretend that they're mine. So James, my boss, is in the room, so guilty as charged. In the time I'm up here, I'd just like to talk about a few pieces of work that Resus Council have done this year and how we can support some of the great work that you guys at Save Life of Scotland are doing. So the first I'd like to talk about is Every Second Counts. It's a report that Resus Council launched at the start of this year, and it looks at inequalities spanning all links in the chain of survival. I think the top line message from this report, which has been somewhat echoed from the data and evidence that has already been shared, is that there's a clear social gradient between deprived communities across the UK and survival outcomes for out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. I know Gareth touched on it at the start of today, but we know that if you're in a deprived part of Scotland, you're 2 times more likely to have a cardiac arrest and much less likely to have access to a defib. That's the case across the UK. We've also found other inequalities such as ethnicity. For example, if you are in an area where non-white British is the majority ethnicity, you'll probably have around 4 defibs for every 10,000 people in that area. That contrasts against around 14 defibs per 10,000 for majority white British areas. So there's a clear inequality there that we need to target and address. Finally, the encouraging thing that we saw from our work is that from the research we did with underserved communities, quite often, yes, there will be high incidence of cardiac arrest. There'll be a good experience of family members or friends or families who are connected with a cardiac arrest. And unfortunately, there won't be that tailored access to CPR training. But the real take-home we took is that there was a much greater appetite for CPR training than the national average. So there is a real example there that for those underserved communities, if we can tailor, if we can co-produce, if we can design with communities the resources that we know can save lives, then that's something that we can aspire to do. So the next thing I'd like to focus on, which Adam touched on somewhat, is our survivor piece. In the comms and engagement team, we've been working on a campaign called My Right to Cardiac Arrest Recovery. And I'd like to actually blame a number of you for creating this problem in the room. And that's that more people are surviving a cardiac arrest. I think at the start of this session, Gareth mentioned there were an additional 1,023 people who are here today because of the work that you all do. You know, that's an incredible number, but we're learning with the survivors and co-survivors that we meet. Quite often, once you have that success story and you are discharged from hospital, there will be a number of continuous daily, weekly, monthly challenges, whether that's emotional, physical, or neurological, that need to be addressed. For us, you know, it's quite a simple intervention that we think can have a real impact on survivors and co-survivors, and that's why we've created our quality standard, which we hope to roll out across Scotland's 14 health boards. I can see my eyesight here, Vicky Joshi, who'll be speaking later in kind of more detail about the granularity of this subject, but we have already had some great support from Scottish Government. We had an event a couple of weeks ago which the Public Health Minister spoke to, but we really need to ensure that like survivors of a stroke or of cancer or other kind of formal pathways, survivors of cardiac arrest can have their right to a full recovery. And then finally, I would like to touch on our new and exciting launch, which is Resus Ready. Ellen, I know you mentioned that the Minister talked about the pad map that the Bens are working on being the eyes for the Minister, but we hope that Resus Ready can be the hands, without sounding too cliche. But Resus Ready is going to be a map of all the individuals, organisations within Scotland and across the UK that are able to save a life. So it could be an individual who has had CPR training in the last 12 months. It can be an accredited form of CPR training across a variety of different organisations. We hope that this map can really create a nation of lifesavers, but it can also show us where we need to focus our attention. So in those hotspot areas where we know maybe more tailored support is needed for that CPR training offer, Resus Ready can be the solution. And this is something we've worked and developed with Save a Life of Scotland, and we hope that you can promote after today. I'm going to go into what I hope will be a video of the launch.
I had a cardiac arrest at 3 o'clock in the morning. My son was woken up by me gasping for air.
His eyes were completely rolled into the back of his head. There was no pulse. I thought he was dead. Adrenaline took over. I was trying to be as brave as I could to perform CPR until the paramedics came. It was around 22 minutes. I never would have imagined that learning CPR at school at the age of 15, I would need to perform on my dad 10 years later.
I am very lucky. I am one of the small percentage of people who've survived an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. Everybody deserves the chance to survive. The more people that have these skills, the more chance we'll have of people surviving. I am proud to be Resus Ready.
Meridian Football Club is really important for the community. This year marks our 20th year anniversary. Tragically, last year, one of our players and our friend, Robert, passed away from cardiac arrest. It really took us by surprise. Since that time, we've been much more aware of cardiac issues. We want everybody to know how to resuscitate someone. It's really important for us to bring awareness about resuscitation in our community, especially to these communities which are a little bit more deprived. Looking after your heart is good, eating well is good, exercising is good. We want to pass on that tradition to the younger generation. Meridian Football Club is stepping up so that we can be Resus Ready. It was really easy and quick to register. I'm very proud that Meridian Football Club is Resus Ready.
Cardiac health is really important to the football club and to our whole local community. We had a technical director, Robert Rowan, who died at the age of 28 following a cardiac myopathy.
Our Heart of West London initiative brings together key organisations in the cardiac health world, and we use our collective voice and the power of sport to really spread awareness of cardiac health. We put the Resuscitation Council UK's heart-shaped CPQR code on the front of our shirts for a home game each season.
We are Resus Ready. Are you?
Our fans, our community support us, and we want to make sure we as a club support them.
Our ambition alongside the Resuscitation Council UK is to make sure that as many people as possible have the skills to save a life with CPR. The more knowledge we can disseminate about CPR training, the more lives we can save. It's as simple as that. We're proud to be Resus Ready.
Get Resus Ready today by learning CPR and help us light up the map.
Thank you very much. That's everything.
Thanks, guys. Great to get an update, and you guys have been busy, it looks like. We're really happy to see that Resus Ready is launched, and can I just encourage folks to be ambassadors and champions of that program. Communities near you, so whether it's a firm near you, a school near you, a church, a mosque, whatever it is, a group of people who live or work or play together, encourage them to become Resus Ready, get registered, get on the map. Be great. It's a tool we could all use. So we're going to talk about technology and innovation now. Just thinking about the clever stuff in Shorty's Audit Basics and Clever Stuff. What is there coming down the pipe in terms of digital tech, new ways of doing things, new inventions, new discoveries that we can apply to the problems we have around out-of-hospital cardiac arrest? And just to whet your appetite and set the scene, I'm going to show a video the ambulance service made recently, highlighting one particular aspect of this.
Adam, speak to me. Adam, what's going on? Adam. Hello, ambulance, please.
Ambulance service, is the patient breathing?
No, he's sort of breathing strangely. He's gasping.
What is the address of the emergency?
It's near the Ayrshire farm shop. We're outside. We're on the footpath.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
We were just walking. He was just talking to me, and then he just collapsed. He just keeled over. He's on the floor. I can't get him up.
I'm organising help for you now. Stay on the line, I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Listen carefully, lay them flat on their back on the floor and remove anything under their head. Listen carefully and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions. Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that hand. Pump the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second and 2 inches deep. Let the chest come all the way up between pumps. We're going to do this until help can take over. Count out loud so I can count with you. Okay, start counting out loud now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Continue with the chest compressions. I'm sending you a drone which is carrying a defibrillator. It will arrive in 5 minutes. Compressions over and over, don't give up. This will help keep them going until the ambulance crew arrives. Okay, the drone is arriving now. Continue chest compressions. Tell the bystander to collect the defibrillator and bring it back to the patient.
The ambulance service is sending a drone with the defibrillator. I need you to go and collect it.
Put the defibrillator on the floor next to their head on the side closest to you. Open the packet of pads, peel off the backing and apply the pads to their bare chest as shown. The machine will tell you what to do. Follow its instructions. Tell me what you're doing so I'll know how it's going. Don't stop chest compressions until the ambulance crew take over from you.
So we've got a pulse. If you just stop doing the compressions.
I'd just like to give you this card. It's from the Chest, Heart and Stroke Scotland advice line. So the number on that, if you give them a call just for a wee bit of support.
Well, great. Is that the future, do we think? So, remarkable. Thank you very much to St John Scotland and to Kalis and to Ben's colleagues at Day 6 for their help with making that video. But it shows some remarkable things in that video. Apart from Adam's acting ability, there are also some really interesting things. Obviously, there's a drone, but the drone's carrying a defib that's tiny and small enough to be carried by a drone. And then there's crowdsourcing of volunteers to come and help with the cardiac arrest using Good Sam, which of course would have been science fiction at some point in the future, in the past, but is now, of course, part of business as usual. And then we had the chest, heart and stroke bystander support line. Again, an innovation. So not all innovations are digital and they don't involve expensive computers and helicopters, but some of them can be very effective nonetheless. So one way of thinking about innovation is to think about this, the hype cycle. I love this idea of a hype cycle. And the suggestion here is that all innovations, all new innovations go through this kind of cycle here. They start off as just a trigger. Somebody has a good idea, and all of a sudden, expectations go sky high to the peak of inflated expectations over time. And this is when the new thing, whatever it is going to save the world, change the universe. You know, this is the stage we're at with AI is about to take over and Skynet is about to come and we're all going to end up in the Terminator universe. Then after a little while, people realize that that's not actually going to happen and you end up in the trough of disillusionment, right? Nobody wants to be there for long, but then you learn some lessons, you recalibrate your expectations, the tech gets better, and you gradually ascend the slope of enlightenment to the plateau of productivity. It sounds amazing, doesn't it? Fantastic. So I've asked a small team of experts to join me on the stage to talk about this, in particular in the context of this paper, which is fantastic, done by Semeraro et al., very recently in resuscitation. And what they did was just, it was so neat. They got a large language model, so they got ChatGPT, basically, and Google Gemini, and they said to ChatGPT, what's going to be the future of cardiac arrest? What things are we going to be using in the future that we don't currently use? So they asked the AI to write about how AI is going to solve all our problems, and how long is it going to take? Where are we going to be on that hype cycle? And what ChatGPT came up with was, well, we're going to start to have wearables and smart devices appearing that tell when we're in a cardiac arrest. We're going to have robots doing CPR, possibly within the next 4 to 7.5 years. That's an interesting thought. Not only vacuuming your living room, but now doing CPR as well. We're going to have Elon Musk's brain-computer interface helping to post-resuscitate people. And by 2034, who knows what might be happening. So let's dig into this a little bit for what this could mean for Scotland in the foreseeable future with my little panel. So Adam Lloyd, who is Research and Innovation Manager with the Scottish Ambulance Service. Come and join us, Adam. We've got James Nicholson, who we've met before, who's a trainee anaesthetist but has a specialist interest in sim and drones and flying things around the place. Please come and join us, James. And we have Stuart Gillen, a colleague from intensive care who has a specialist interest in out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. And of course, everybody who works in intensive care knows about expensive machines and things that bleep and cost a lot of money. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me this afternoon. Feel free to shuffle around a bit if you're not quite in a comfy position. And I wanted to just, first of all, start by asking James a question. I'm going to ask each of them a couple of questions and then we'll talk amongst ourselves, and you feel free to join in as well. How this is going to work, I'm not entirely sure, but let's just stick with it and see how it goes. So, James, let me ask you a question first. Obviously, we've seen footage of the drones. People are talking about drones. Maybe we're going to get our Amazon packages delivered by drones at some point in the not-too-distant future. As somebody who's looked into the literature and the challenges of getting this to work as a solution for out-of-hospital cardiac arrest, is it all hype? Are we just in the peak of inflated expectations, or is this likely to happen anytime soon? What do you think?
I think, well, I really liked your graph before because I think it just tells the story with drones really well. And I think I'm really reluctant to be labelled as the drone guy because I came to this. I'm still very much on the fence with drones. And I think if you ask the public about drones and cardiac arrest, people have a lot of enthusiasm for it and they think that it's the big solution. But I suspect that if I was to ask the audience of the room, and maybe we could do that, who thinks that we're going to be using drones in the next 10 years and who doesn't? Can we do a show of hands? And yeah, and then I can answer the question and see what other people think first. So who thinks that in 10 years' time we'll have drones delivering AEDs to cardiac arrests? Okay, and who thinks that we won't? Yeah, and I think, I guess with any new technology, it's useful and helpful to be skeptical about it. And I think if you look at that Swedish paper, which is the first example of drones being used to get AEDs to real cardiac arrests, I would encourage, even if you think you're a drone cynic, go and have a look at that paper. It's open access because you can see the problems, but what we need to do is try and address those problems and the logistics, and that's things like airspace regulations. It's similar to the issues with pad cabinets being locked and unlocked. So we need to look at those kind of same logistical problems. So I think we will see drones being used, but I think we'll probably start seeing them in small pockets, probably on the continent. I think certainly in the UK, I imagine no one really wants to be the first ambulance service to use drones. There's risks that come with that. So I think we will see it, but I think there's going to be hesitancy and different models on the market that are competing. And so I don't think it's going to, I don't know what the timeline is here, but I say maybe 10 years, I think, as a guess.
Great, thank you. Thanks for that. You've answered questions 2 and 3, so I'm just, before we come back to that, Adam, so Scottish Ambulance Service very much leaning into research and innovation space. How do you see the research landscape in Scotland helping us address the problems of out-of-hospital cardiac arrest?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think, first of all, we're fairly fortunate in research and innovation that we kind of get to play about with anything. We have a bit of carte blanche, don't we? So we don't really need to say no to anything if it's badged as research or innovation to begin with, because that's what we should be doing. The research innovation team should look at all the cool, sexy stuff. So it's quite a luxurious position to be in. But I think what we have to get the right balance for in ambulance service is, if what we're hearing as a bit of a golden thread through the theme of the day is the ABC, the audit, basics, clever stuff, is we run the risk is if we push too quickly with innovation, particularly in the space of cardiac arrest where it's very high stakes, we run the risk that we might start to lose sight of some of that keep left narrative. So I think from the ambulance service perspective is we want to embrace innovation, and there are indeed some studies across the UK happening just now. Indeed, the kind of author of that keep left mindset, a chap called Charles Deacon, he's doing a study called the Cabaret study. I love the names of these studies, where it's all about medical technology. It's heads-up CPR with the Elgar device. You also get the Lucas on. You also do some impedance threshold. So this whole study that is a bit of a signal of what the future of cardiac arrest might look like is all about gadgets, and it's all about some sexy kit. However, I don't think we should, run to the things that are shiny and new without just keeping a critical eye on things. And a colleague in the ambulance service said, and it's kind of stuck in my mind, is, all that glitters isn't gold. It could look fab, and drones is maybe one of these. But I think with this group of staff that we have in the ambulance service, I don't think we're going to run too quickly. I think patients first. Let's get to these patients, and if there's some wins in there, then we'll keep a critical eye on things.
Thanks, Adam. And just because time was a little shorter than I was expecting, let Stuart answer as well. Now, I know, Stuart, you've got your ear to the ground from an intensivist perspective on what new techs and techniques, and there are always new techs and techniques, might be on the horizon for cardiac arrest. What do you see as you look into the horizon?
So my particular interest is in those patients whose cardiac arrest is refractory to the initial resuscitation attempts, refractory to the ALS, and particularly those patients who have an initial shockable rhythm. Because I think a proportion of those, probably a big proportion of those, are patients who have something reversible going on, but at the moment we just can't maintain sufficient perfusion to get them to the point we can reverse that problem. And there's a few things going on internationally and including in the UK. They're looking to try and address that. And I think there's two broad avenues that people are looking at. There's using, it's not even innovation, it's more repurposing existing technology and techniques. So using these existing techniques to optimize what we're currently doing. So to ensure that the CPR we're doing is adequate, to ensure that the adrenaline we're giving is achieving what we think it's achieving. And some groups are looking at or introducing echocardiography, particularly transesophageal echo, to look at the effect of compressions. That's got the advantage over the transthoracic echo that many of you will be familiar with, in that it can stay in situ. So you can watch the effect of the mechanical CPR. You can see what impact it's having in terms of compression and flow. The other thing that's being done, like East Anglia have really been pioneering this in the UK, is insertion of arterial cannula into the patient's femoral artery. It's something that's used in every intensive care unit, every high dependency in the country, and it allows beat-to-beat monitoring of blood pressure. And in CPR, you can monitor what the pressure is, you can see effectiveness of CPR, you can see the effect of the adrenaline and ensure that there is sufficient pressure within the circulation to get coronary flow and ultimately ROSC. So there's potential scope for innovation and development there. And then the other avenue, I think, is around doing other things to optimise perfusion, to try and get those coronaries with blood flow in them to achieve ROSC. And there's a couple of things being looked at. The one that's probably gathering the most evidence base at the moment is the use of ECMO as an adjunct to CPR, so eCPR. And there's a few randomised control trials now being published. One of them showed spectacular results with 40% of patients surviving neurologically intact who were in refractory cardiac arrest. The others have been slightly less convincing as a headline figure, but actually, when you dig down into it, it does seem there's a very strong signal that the right patients in the right system will get great benefit from eCPR. And I think from a Scottish perspective, we've spent a bit of time with Gareth and his team looking at the numbers, and there are patients out there in refractory VT-VF who we cannot rescue at the moment. And it may well be if we can get the system right, then we can look at bringing in these kind of innovations, bringing eCPR to the Scottish population. It's not easy. If it was easy, I think we'd already be doing it. But I think it's a challenge that there's many people in the system who are up to. And then the final thing that's maybe a halfway house that's out there is the use of REBOA, which is more commonly described in trauma. It's an insertion of a balloon into the aorta to stop flow down the aorta. And that the theory is that by doing that, you can raise the pressure within the aortic root and improve flow into the coronary arteries. Same principle, but it's just slightly less involved than ECMO, particularly in the downstream phase. And again, East Anglia are currently doing a feasibility study in that in the pre-hospital environment. So lots and lots of things going on. None of them are logistically straightforward. None of them especially cheap, but all of them, I think, hold a great deal of promise and real potential there to take that group that at the moment we just cannot rescue and turn them into survivors.
That's really interesting. I was quite struck there, Stuart, by the first couple of things you mentioned are techniques that are relatively commonly used in intensive care, transesophageal echo, invasive arterial monitoring and so on. And essentially, rather than inventing a new thing, you're taking an existing thing and putting it into a new context to give benefit, which is innovation. And to your point, Adam, is often overlooked. You know, it doesn't have to necessarily be glittery and shiny to be gold, I think. So here's a question for anybody who wants to answer it then. It sounds like there are things out there, and there are other things, obviously, that we haven't touched on, other technological advances that could be used to help us in this quest to improve survival. How do we go about appropriating this? How do we make this work in the Scottish context?
So if I could maybe throw a couple of thoughts out there. I'm thoughtful that there's a few colleagues here. Our chair of the board of the ambulance service does a lot of work with the Chief Scientist's Office and supporting national innovation. And there are some success stories from across Scotland in other areas. There's some kind of digital innovations around diabetes, around maternal and fetal care, around digital dermatology. And so those success stories, I think, can offer a bit of a blueprint for cardiac arrest, where you've probably got to look across the whole system. And I was probably reflecting, because I don't know about other clinicians in the room. I'm a nurse, and I know there's lots of paramedics. Is some of the kind of REBOA high-end stuff sounds a bit intimidating and sounds a bit, you know, not within our grasp. So I think as an approach is if what the kind of last 10 years of cardiac arrest has taught us is to look across the whole system. I think it's probably, if we can map that same innovation mindset over that, is maybe it won't just be a device, maybe it won't just be a widget that drastically increases survival. It's probably looking for spaces where innovation can slot in, right at the patient's bedside, in their own home, where the majority of arrests are, all the way up to secondary care. So I think that seems to be a useful model that's working in Scotland, and there's a good infrastructure of innovation test beds and the Chief Scientist's Office that are supportive.
I think there's something there maybe about how we work with industry as well, because it's really easy to be sceptical about working with industry, particularly in a research setting. But I'm going to use a drone example again, sorry. But there's 3 or 4 companies out there developing drones that they think could deliver AEDs in the future, and they all have problems. And I think anyone who's been to lots of cardiac arrests, people in this room, will look quite skeptically at some of these devices and say, oh, I can see the problems at X, Y, and Z straight away with that. So I think one of the things we need to do is recognizing that some of these new technologies are still not ready to go yet, but trying to be involved in steering and feeding back and helping design those things. So we probably need to think about how we best work with industry to kind of give them our wish list almost.
Yeah. I think if I can pick up on that, James, is something that we found working with James in the simulation study was that something that maybe we didn't think of that would be as important was kind of taking the public on that journey with us. In that if they hear the blue lights and the sirens, the paramedic arrives, they do some stuff, they take them to hospital. If in this imagined future, which is our favourite phrase, we talk about an imagined future with drones, is James and I had to spend a bit of time debriefing these volunteers, these members of the public, after they'd interacted with the drone, because for them outside, even though they knew what they were going into, some of them found it a bit distressing, and them looking up, seeing a drone in the sky, which was 50 metres up, and then having me on the phone for half of them, some of them were quite, I don't know if I'd say emotional, but James and I had to invest a bit of time at the end to say, how did you feel? And said, well, this felt very real, and I don't know how comfortable I would feel trying to do that if this was my loved one or a spouse. So if we think about that kind of demographic of traditional cardiac arrest patients, I don't know how comfortable the public would feel if it's somebody who's slightly older and we say to them, well, if you just go out your house, leave your husband or wife very briefly, or if there's potentially a third-party person there, if you can just go and look out in the sky for a drone that's noisy, and it's going to have sirens, and it's going to say, stand clear, stand clear. So all that kind of learning from Clason's study in Sweden is helpful for us. So although we can get the drone there might be a really good defib. We've got our process very slick. Our call handlers are getting the defib. Everything's done, all the regulations are in place. If the final part of that is a member of the public who just can't do that final part, then no matter what the innovation is, we're not going to change the dial. We're not going to move the dial in the right place. So I think the public have to come along with us on that.
And I think we need to use the innovations to try and fix those problems we know are there in the chain of survival, whether that's arrests happening in people's homes and not near pads, rather than using the innovations for the sake of using the innovations, really.
Oh, that's great. Lots of interesting stuff there. So if I've heard you correctly, think about the unintended consequences and the difficulties maybe in interfacing the innovation with the problem. And I think I just heard you say at the end there, James, let's look for solutions to our problems, not try and find problems for solutions that people bring us to test, which sounds great, a great idea to me. Got 1 or 2 final comments to make, but just before, as we wrap up, were there any questions from the audience? We can probably take a couple of questions. Yes, please. I'm going to get you to say that one more time, just so that the people on the stream can hear you, because thank you.
I was just really going to ask this question to Stuart about in-hospital situations, because he spoke there about some like having arterial line monitoring and stuff. How important do you see the role of critical care when it comes to a cardiac arrest team in the hospital being?
So I suppose it's not so much about one specialty, it's about the right people delivering the right interventions at the right time. And I think that whether that's in the hospital or in the pre-hospital environment, there are a variety of people who can do that. I think one of the big challenges if we hopefully move towards a more innovative approach to these cardiac arrests is how we potentially take things that have been traditionally the role of one very specific group and maybe put them into the hands of another group who are better placed or have a wider skill set that's more suited to operating in that environment, for example. So I think part of the innovation of bringing in these technologies is trying to break down the barriers between different professional groups, different specialties, and just making sure that the system is set up so that the right person's there to deliver them and they are appropriately trained and governed to do so.
That's great. Thank you. We've got one more question. Just there at the back. Is that Debbie, I think?
Hi. We've spoken a wee bit today about people being able to access treatments. I just wonder if you think that this innovation could actually create another set of inequalities in Scottish healthcare. That would certainly be a concern of mine. The stuff sounds brilliant, but only if you can access it.
It does. It's a really useful question, Debbie, and I guess there's potentially some remedies to that almost built into the kind of infrastructure, if you like, whereby often now funders or bodies on behalf of the government, say for example like the Chief Scientist's Office or say the NIHR in England, is often the staff and clinicians like us who want to try and pursue these innovations. We often have to be able to clearly demonstrate how we're either kind of acknowledging the potential of creating bias or inequalities or just that we're not even addressing them. So we do run that risk, but I suspect that inequalities has probably crept up on everybody's radar over the last 10 to 15 years, and it now feels like it's become front and center alongside things like patient and public involvement that used to be a bit variable, now is kind of a core pillar of if anybody wants to do some new work. So I'd like to think that it shouldn't happen. It probably still does in the real world, which is why the health inequalities landscape hasn't probably shifted large amounts. But yeah, it's definitely on, I think, our radars as
a good example of that. In some of the simulation work we've done, we've seen a kind of small signal that people for whom English is not their primary language, if English is a second language, maybe struggle to follow some of the instructions that call handlers would give on the phone. And so if we're implementing these new technologies around bystanders, whether that's pads, whether that's drones, there's a key thing in the usability testing and making sure that we test things for the people who are going to use them. And it's really interesting. If you look at AEDs and the regulatory approval process they have to go through, certainly in the US, they all need to go through usability testing. But normally they get tested with people who have previously been trained in BLS and AED, who may be medical professionals. And these are the AEDs that we're putting in boxes and expecting people with no training to use. So I think there's quite a lot in the regulation and the usability testing about making sure we make and use products for the people who are going to use them so that we don't encounter these inequalities further down the line.
Great. Thank you very much. You've just set me up nicely to make the final comment I wanted to make, which is all innovation doesn't have to be about tech and digital. Some innovation is about how we research into how we reduce those inequalities. Work like Raid's PhD work from earlier. Very interesting investigation into exactly what you're describing, Debbie. Why is it that some people seem to get such a worse deal than everybody else? And when we scratch away at what the reasons might be, they're not the reasons that we first thought. So what do we do with that? Research and innovation can be about the psychology of interactions during cardiac arrest. It can be about the sociology of that, about the communication around that, not necessarily all about gadgets, although they're very fun. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to you three. Feel free to escape. So we're running just very slightly behind time. So I'm going to suggest in a moment we break for a quick cup of coffee and come back at past for the final stretch, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. Before you go, I want to tell you about this. So when you come back to your seats after the break, there's going to be one of these on your chair, a Deep Shift postcard. And it's not meant to be for you to go home and put on your mantelpiece and just reminisce about the awesome day you had in Edinburgh. It's actually got some instructions on the back. We want you to write down 3 things on the back of this postcard. And this is a postcard that you're sending to yourself, okay? I want you to write down, number 1, what has impacted you most about today? What's the thing that you're taking away that's impacted you most? And what are you going to do about it? It's number 2. We don't want you just to go away entertained. We want you to go away provoked, stimulated. You're going to sign up for Good Sam. You're going to tell somebody about Resus Ready. Or whatever it is you're going to do. You're going to remember about your pre-shock pauses. And what help might you need in order to do the thing that you want to do in response to the thing that impacted you the most? please, when you come back, don't just ignore this. Grab a pen, write down those things, put your address on here and your email address here. We're going to collect them. We're going to find out what you found out, find out what we need to do to help you, and then we're going to post these back to you in a month. And when it drops through the doormat, onto the doormat, you can look at that and go, oh, that was that thing, that deep shift thing, and that's what I said I was going to do, and that's what I said I needed. How's that been going? How's that working out? Is there anything else we can do? So please, when you come back, you'll see it, fill them in. There are going to be 2 boxes at the back to post them. They're going to be obvious, and then we'll send them back to you in a month, a postcard to your future self. So please grab a coffee, come back here at past.
Folks, if you'd like to start taking your seats, we can get the last session underway, please. Thank you very much. Excellent. Well, we'll just make a start because we are a little bit behind schedule. Thanks very much for staying with us today. I think you'll agree so far it's been an awesome day. I've been lucky enough to work with Gareth Clegg and the Resuscitation Research Group for the last 10 years. So it's an absolute privilege to be able to be here sort of 10 years later and introduce the few speakers in our last session. So first of all, we've got Stuart Gillen. He's a consultant in general and cardiac critical care at the Royal Infirmary of Edinburgh. He's got a special interest in out-hospital cardiac arrest and as well as ECMO CPR that he's going to talk to us about this afternoon. So Stuart, if you could come up first, that would be wonderful.
Thanks very much, Dave, and thanks for the invitation to join you. I've been asked to speak a bit about the general intensive care management of the out-of-hospital cardiac arrest patient when they reach the intensive care. I wanted to start with really just with a picture that would set the scene, provide a bit of context. And I was wary of the issues around copyright and issues around confidentiality, so I turned to ChatGPT to produce a picture. And I asked ChatGPT to create a realistic scene of a cardiac arrest happening in somebody's house, which was being attended by the ambulance service wearing UK ambulance service uniforms. Now, the details aren't especially important, but I didn't think I could walk by this picture without some level of comment. Now, there's a lot to unpack here, but I thought that if there was one part to focus on, now, I wasn't sure whether this was some kind of telepathy or whether he'd woken up with the mother of all hangovers. But something has fed into ChatGPT which has created this image, and I'm not sure what it is. But if you know this person or if you are this person, then you've inspired a ChatGPT scene. But it's not about the details of the picture, it's about the context of the conversation. And this is a patient that we will all be familiar with in our various roles. This is the kind of patient that our services frequently come together to try and rescue from what is the most deadly pathology that any of us come across in our day-to-day work. This is the patient that collapses in front of their family on a Tuesday morning. The call handlers talk their family through CPR and what has just become the worst day of their life. The community first responder does CPR with their legs wrapped around a U-bend because they're in such a tight space. The paramedics, technicians, the other ambulance responders manage to cannulate, defibrillate, and intubate in a space that's too small to swing a cat, never mind apply a mechanical CPR device. And then carry them down 3 flights of stairs, take them into hospital where the emergency medicine team are waiting to stabilise them despite lack of time or information to prepare. And then taken to the cath lab where the cardiologist somehow managed to get a wire into arteries that have been constricted by multiple doses of adrenaline. And then they come to us in intensive care. Now, I spoke to a few people who don't work in intensive care to ask their view on what intensive care is. And there seems to be a general vibe that intensive care is this sort of sterile place where there's lots of machines that make a noise, beeps, whirs, generally calm. And the general vibe around intensive care is one of sort of passive aggression. Maybe not even passive aggression, just aggression towards anyone who's not part of the critical care team. Now, to be fair, this picture is taken from the Royal Infirmary in Edinburgh. It's actually from a cupboard. It was to stop the surgeons from stealing our scrubs. But I thought it sort of gave the general vibe that I think some people feel of critical care. So what I'd like to do over the next 15 minutes is to give you a bit of a feel for what we do in critical care with these patients and to try and break down some of the perceived barriers between us and the rest of the healthcare world. Let's just start by acknowledging the fact that most of the heavy lifting around cardiac arrest happens long before patients get to us, and that's the literal heavy lifting, because many of you work in far more austere environments than I do, and the metaphorical heavy lifting, because this paper from Charles Deakin and colleagues a few years ago highlighted where the real benefits in the chain of survival seem to lie, but the major benefits seem to lie, and I sit quite far down this side in one of the smaller circles. But we do have some role to play. Really what critical care provides is time. We don't have any interventions that fix problems. We provide time for people to recover or time for other specialties to provide the intervention that is required to get the patient better. And in the context of cardiac arrest, that's time to investigate and treat the problem, time for the patient to recover, and in many cases, time to determine the likely outcome for that person, because it's not always clear early on. So in terms of investigation and treatment, I believe there's been some conversation around this already today, so I won't dwell on it, but all the patients who come through will get an ECG, as you'd expect, looking primarily for myocardial ischemia. Many will get a CT scan of their head, of their pulmonary arteries, looking for other pathologies that less commonly cause cardiac arrest, and all will get an echo at some point early on in their stay, in part to guide the hemodynamic management, but also to provide, to look for any pathologies, structural heart pathologies that might have caused the cardiac arrest. So there's a bit of investigation goes on in the early stages, but the bulk of the time is spent trying to stabilise the patient to give them the time to recover. And as you may expect, patients who come to us after cardiac arrest tend to be unstable. We don't see the patients who have 1 or 2 defibrillations and then wake up afterwards. They tend to go to coronary care afterwards. We see the patients that have more protracted cardiac arrests and therefore have more significant insult to all their body systems, really. The part of the body that causes us the most problem in the first 24 hours or so tends to be the heart and the wider circulation. And there's a number of reasons for that. Firstly, cardiac arrests are often caused by cardiac problems, and therefore the underlying problem may still be ongoing. The second issue is that the heart doesn't get normal blood flow to the coronary arteries during CPR, so there's a degree of ischemia to the myocardium that takes time to recover from. There's also the effect of defibrillation. It's good for cardioverting arrhythmias, but not good for the myocardium. And high doses of adrenaline, so almost counterintuitively, big doses of adrenaline can impair cardiac function. And then on top of that, the hypoperfusion that comes with cardiac arrest often causes an inflammatory response, a systemic inflammatory response, much like sepsis. So as well as having a heart that's not working particularly well, these patients have a vasodilated circulation. So we're trying to deal with those different issues at the same time. ChatGPT again, apologies. There was actually so many monitors in this picture that I had to crop out the number of monitors because it made me feel slightly nauseous, which, given that we spend a lot of time looking at monitors, is saying something. But we monitor patients a lot. We look at that. We do all the monitoring you would expect for anyone who's in critical care. ECG, blood pressure, SATs. We put in invasive lines to monitor their blood pressure beat by beat. Sometimes use cardiac output monitoring to monitor the flow of blood from the heart, and then use all these numbers to try and find some kind of steady state. And we achieve that through a number of ways. The most common way is to use drugs, and most patients can be stabilised with drugs alone, noradrenaline, adrenaline, derivatives of those drugs, to try and improve the heart's contractility, to try and squeeze the blood vessels and improve the perfusing pressure. That works for most people. Some people need a bit more. This is a balloon pump, which is an intra-aortic balloon pump. So a catheter sits in the aorta, there's a balloon on it, and it inflates and deflates rapidly in sync with the heart. And that helps to perfuse the coronaries and the carotids, but also offloads the heart when it's ejecting. Often used when patients are coming from the cath lab. Rhythm can be a problem, bradycardias, particularly with some of the MIs. And for those patients, they may require pacing. Some require temporary pacing wires to be inserted into their veins. And for the patients with the poorest cardiac output who are really struggling, then the sort of ultimate support therapy is to use ECMO, which is essentially a modified cardiopulmonary bypass circuit that provides support for both the heart and the lungs. Now, the drugs are available in every intensive care unit. The other 3 are really limited to cardiac centres, PCI centres, and ECMO tend to be limited to cardiac surgical centres. So it's not available in every hospital that patients could be brought to after a cardiac arrest. And this is not just a Scottish problem, this is a UK and beyond problem. I don't think anyone's quite worked out how best to square that circle and ensure that all patients who go to all units get the treatment they need when they need it. And I think there's probably conversations to be had across the UK in the coming years about how we ensure that parity of care. Lungs are often bad. Most people are intubated when they come to ICU after cardiac arrest because of brain dysfunction, but often they've aspirated, they've collapsed down bases because they've been lying on their back. They have an inflammatory response to the lungs. So many of them have problems with ventilation and oxygenation, and that can cause problems in the first few days. Kidneys are exquisitely sensitive to poor blood flow, and there's virtually nobody gets through ICU without some hit to their kidneys. For some, that will be sufficiently severe that they need to go into one of these, which is a dialysis machine. The ones that we use in intensive care are different from the ones they use in the community dialysis. You can run them 24 hours a day, and it provides a much more gentle dialysis than the renal physicians would use with some other trade-offs. And then finally, the brain. The brain is the heart's the big problem for the first day or so. The brain's a big concern beyond there, and the majority of patients who die in intensive care following cardiac arrest die from hypoxic brain injury. So it's a big, big problem. And I suppose everything that we do up to the point of them getting to intensive care is aimed at trying to improve that brain perfusion to try and prevent that happening. When they get to ICU, we do a few more things to try and reduce the impact of the inflammation and swelling that will come with that period of low blood flow. We sedate the patients. We try and provide normal blood pressure, normal gas exchange, and a normal to low temperature. I say normal to low because it's a bit of a dynamic, it's changed a bit over recent years, what we do with temperature. I didn't want to show many slides with numbers and things on it, but these trials really changed intensive care when they came out, particularly intensive care management of cardiac arrest, and they probably don't project particularly well, but I will explain. So about 22 years ago, the New England Journal published two papers in the same edition, one from Australia, one from Europe, where they looked at cooling patients following cardiac arrest, cooling them to 32 to 34 degrees. And they found in these two small studies that if you cool patients down, they were more likely to survive with good brain function. And this really changed practice across the world, and everybody started doing this. And those of you who worked in intensive care over this time will remember cooling people down to 32 degrees. It felt like you were doing something good for them. It felt like it was proper intensive care, but it was difficult. They shivered. You had to paralyse them with neuromuscular blockers. They became bradycardic. They got infections. They became coagulopathic. But it was the way that it seemed to be the way to optimise brain recovery. And the problem with those studies were they were small small number of centres, small numbers of patients, and the control group, there was patients who were hot, not just normothermic. So the Scandinavians repeated it and looked at a slightly higher temperature, at lower than normal, but not 33 degrees as the control group, 36 degrees. They found there was no real difference between the groups. And then they looked at it again in this TTM2 study, and they found that even up to 37.5 degrees, there didn't seem to be any difference with that hypothermia. So practice has really shifted, and now I think most of us would work on the basis that we wouldn't want patients to be hot, but that we're not cooling them down to that level where it was causing problems. So temperature management is still a big part of what we do, but we don't push it quite as hard as we once did. So patients come in, we stabilise them, and then they fall into one of three groups, I think. One, the group that you want to see patients in is that they show clear evidence of neurological recovery. They start to waken up despite the sedation. And those patients, after a period of time, we'd switch the sedation off, wake them up, take the tube out, and hopefully they can then go on and continue their journey through cardiology and so forth. There's a patient at the other end of the spectrum who very clearly are going to become, are not going to do well, and that their brain has been seriously injured by the events of the cardiac arrest. And we're often in a position that we can reach a conclusion on their outcome earlier on. But most fall in the intermediate group. And for those patients, we go through a process of neuroprognostication. Now, this is difficult. There's a number of things that we can do, but every patient's different. Every patient's wishes are different. What people would accept as an outcome from their cardiac arrest and ICU stay is different. So we try and start early on talking to families and trying to understand patients and what their beliefs and their wishes would be. And then we do a number of things to try and determine with as high a degree of certainty as possible what that patient's long-term outlook looks like. Now, in an ideal world, we would know that from the outset because it's torture for families to sit not knowing what's going to happen to their loved ones. And we want to know as early as possible. It would be good to know early so that we didn't subject people to burdensome treatments when it was ultimately going to be futile. A couple of scores have been developed that look at things that are available when the patient comes in the door of the emergency department, but they're not accurate enough to predict on an individual basis what's going to happen to that patient. There's some suggestion in some systems, not in Scotland, but in some systems, that you could use this to factor into decision-making around things like taking patients for PCI or advanced cardiac support. But I think that's quite a difficult, certainly not something that a score by itself could do, and I think it can only safely be done as part of a wider assessment of the situation and a multi-professional conversation. But these scores are out there, and they have been validated in certain populations. But for that question as to what's going to happen to this individual patient, we go through a process which has been outlined by the European Resuscitation Council, European Society of Intensive Care Medicine, and we follow this algorithm which looks very dry and has got lots of acronyms and numbers. But essentially what it means is that 72 hours, if the patient's still comatose, we examine them, we look at their pupils, we look at their corneal reflexes, we look at their motor score and their GCS. If they've got no reflexes in their pupils or corneal reflex, that's a bad sign, but not bad enough in itself to say for certain that patient won't do well. We scan them, so pragmatically that's a CT scan. MRI scan is a bit more sensitive, but a CT scan is more available, easier to do in an intubated patient. So they all get a CT, some will subsequently get an MRI scan. Most centres in Scotland are now doing this test, an NSE, which is a biomarker, I suppose a bit like troponin, but for the brain, which shows evidence of damage. Now, there's caveats to that test where you can and can't use it, but it is an objective marker that suggests, that ties into the argument. If that's high, suggests that that patient will probably have a poor outcome. Again, in itself, not enough. So really, all of these things are just creating a picture, a bigger picture that clinicians, in conversation with the family, can then decide what's best for that patient. And this is delivered through University Hospital Hairmyres, do it for the country, and they provide an excellent service. We send tests to them, they give us a result within the same day. I think that's true for all Scottish hospitals. It's neurocentres like the Royal, like the Queen Elizabeth, like Dundee, Aberdeen, have access to EEG, where we can look at the brain's electrical pattern. Again, there's certain patterns associated with poor outcome. Factor that into it. And sometimes, despite all of that, we're still not clear. The patient's not waking up, but the tests are equivocal, or there's just not enough certainty to say that this patient isn't going to have a good outcome. And so sometimes we just need more time. Patients need more time. We need to repeat tests, have conversations with families, and eventually reach a conclusion. The hope would be that patient would continue to improve and recover, but that's not always the case. And then for those patients who, ChatGPT again, for those patients who do recover, they go out to the wards, they go to the coronary care unit, they get their angiograms, they get defibs, and we don't see them again. And we were just having a conversation there before, about what happens to patients next. And I think it'll be interesting to hear the next presentation about that recovery phase for patients, because for those who survive, we consider them the lucky ones, but there's clearly a big burden, a psychological and physical burden that falls on both the patients and those who are close to them. And that's all I've got to say about intensive care management of cardiac arrest, but happy to take questions if there's time.
Stuart, thank you very much. I think we've got time for 2 questions at the most. So have we got any questions for Stuart? Excellent. Well, you got away well, and you're on call, so we'll let you go and sit back down. Thank you very much, Stuart. So I'd like to welcome our next speaker this afternoon, Dr. Vicky Joshi. Vicky is a lecturer in physiotherapy at Glasgow Caledonian University. Before that, she was a physiotherapist specialising in neurorehabilitation in the NHS, before she moved to Denmark to complete her PhD. And her research included looking at the impact on cardiac arrest, the survivors, their families, and the bystanders, as well as some of the interventions to support recovery. Thank you, Vicky.
Yeah, what an amazing, that sounds great, that CV, doesn't it? That sounds really good. I was joking with Gareth earlier. I suspect I'm the only physio in the room. Any physios? No? Okay, fair enough. I am the only physio in the room. And in fact, I was sitting next to somebody at lunch, and she leaned over and she went, so which bit of the pre-hospital pathway are you involved in then? And I went, well, none of it. And she went, oh, okay, is it the hospital? I went, no, none of that either. No, I'm actually not interested in any of that, actually. That's not true. Obviously not true. But actually, in terms of my own interest and what I'm promoting and what I'm going to talk about today, it really is all around the aftercare and the survivors. And I'm not ashamed to admit that I am championing the survivors, okay, and the aftercare. So you will be very familiar with this. I put it up there because what I'm going to talk about today doesn't diminish any of all of the work that's in here, okay? Without all of this, without all of the work that you do, the fantastic stuff that we were talking about earlier, there wouldn't be any survivors. And actually, because of all that fantastic work, we have more survivors, as Marcus said. Actually, you're doing a fantastic job, and we have more people who are surviving cardiac arrest. But actually, we know that the journey for survivors doesn't stop at survival, and the same for their families as well. So we now have this kind of 5-circle model. You'll see different versions. Gareth and South have got this nice, beautiful circular one. AHA have got a different version as well. But really, what it's trying to highlight is that the chain of survival carries on into this last bit, okay? And it gets called aftercare, post-cardiac arrest, whatever you'd like to call it, rehabilitation, recovery, support. But actually, in that circle is quite a complicated picture. So we have the survivors, and Stuart's actually done a brilliant job of setting me up for this and talking about actually how complicated it is for a cardiac arrest survivor. We have the families, we have the people who did the CPR, be it known to them or others. So there's actually a lot going on in that one kind of simple circle. As I say, everything that we've talked about today, what's been fantastic is that the survivors and the impact of cardiac arrest have been mentioned in lots of presentations. And I just think the fact that I've been asked to come and talk about this and being given a presentation tells me that the momentum is with us, okay? That we actually are putting survivorship and post-cardiac arrest care on the map now. So we really are going to be able to do something about this. So what's it like to be a cardiac arrest survivor? Now, there is a huge amount of kind of numbers and prevalence and lots of stuff missing from this slide. But in simple terms, there's the potential brain injury, there's the time on intensive care, there's perhaps ongoing cardiac problems or a new cardiac condition, so new medication and things to deal with, perhaps having an ICD implanted. There's also that realization, and actually Gregor and I were talking about this earlier, that you are one of the lucky few, in a sense. You know, there's that realization that you're the one in 10 that survive. And also that questions about the future. So I've had one cardiac arrest, am I going to have another? And when's it going to happen? And could I stop it happening? And those questions are the same for you and for your family. So this kind of leads into what we think of as secondary problems. So physical side, we know that fatigue is a huge problem for cardiac arrest survivors. The cognitive side, so the bits of the brain that are most sensitive to a lack of oxygen tend to lead to problems with memory, problem solving, planning, visual spatial tasks. Unfortunately, all things that you really need for everyday life. You need to, so that you can go back to work, to look after your family, to look after yourself, to be involved in social life. And we know that psychologically there's a big impact as well. I've already mentioned fear. We now know that trauma after cardiac arrest is perhaps linked to many of the other things that we're talking about. We thought that the fatigue was perhaps linked to the cognitive problems, but we're now realizing maybe it's linked to trauma as well. So overall quality of life is reduced, and I've also kind of mentioned the family in there as well, and we can't forget about them. Many of them will have been involved right from the beginning. They'll have actually done the CPR, they'll have been with the survivor through ICU, and now back home and trying to deal with this kind of new reality after the cardiac arrest. And I'm going to talk briefly about Michelle. Some of you might know Michelle. Michelle survived a cardiac arrest about 5 years ago. She can't be here today, but she very kindly said that I could talk about her. This is not a ChatGPT generated photo, okay? That is an actual real life person about to do the Harris Marathon. Standing next to her is her sister. I actually chopped her sister out of the picture because I hadn't spoken to her sister about it. But Michelle had her cardiac arrest, and then the CPR was performed by her sister, who is a doctor. So she was airlifted to the Golden Jubilee and actually spent 3 months in the Golden Jubilee. Some of that time on ICU, but a lot of that time on the ward because of the brain injury side. So the cognitive problems, delirium, confusion, before it was felt that she was safe to go home. She tells this story herself. After all of that, all of that fantastic care and support while she was in hospital. She was discharged with some sleeping tablets, and that was it. That was it. Now, interestingly, the one group of people who did follow her up were journalists. So she had phone calls from all the local press. There were news stories. Actually, the Daily Mail phoned her up. She says the Daily Mail article is a work of fiction. Now, partly that's the Daily Mail, admittedly. She also points out that also they were talking to her during the time when she still had cognitive problems. So she can't even remember what she told them. But yeah, so Michelle she kind of jokes, but she's serious about this. She actually had more contact with journalists after her cardiac arrest than she did with health professionals. She did go to cardiac rehab, and I think we have to be very careful about cardiac rehab, thinking that that is the solution for cardiac arrest survivors. Michelle is a good example. She talks about cardiac rehab feeling like a punishment, like prison for you had a cardiac arrest. You must have been overweight, you must have been smoking, your diet must have been bad, you weren't exercising enough. So actually, cardiac rehab didn't help any of her problems. It didn't help her kids come to terms with what's happened, her sister or her husband. And actually, she's 5 years down the line, she's doing fantastically well, but she still talks about the memory problems that she has. Things that come back to her all of a sudden. So I don't want to be all doom and gloom. We don't have any specialist services for cardiac arrest survivors in Scotland, that is true to say. We have a lot of research evidence about pre-hospital, about how to survive a cardiac arrest, although interestingly, actually, that should be kind of like this by the sounds of it, compared to some of the other conditions. In the last few years, we've actually got more research evidence on the consequences of cardiac arrest. So I would say this is the kind of how to survive a cardiac arrest. This is what it's like to be a cardiac arrest survivor. So what are the problems? How common are they? In terms of research evidence on what we should be doing to support survivors, we're really down to kind of like almost nothing at that point. So it seems like research groups will do studies on pre-hospital, survival, ITU, the big temperature management studies. They'll also do studies following up cardiac arrest survivors. But when it comes to then what should the support and the services in the rehab look like, they stop. And unfortunately, it's the same in clinical practice as well. So there are some little pockets of good practice, but on the whole, we have no kind of joined up thinking for cardiac arrest survivors. And many of them come out and tell us anecdotally that they got nothing, just like Michelle. Sorry, I said no doom and gloom, didn't I? Hang on. So, on a positive note, we now have a lot of organisations who are stepping in to kind of help fill this gap. And the reason I put these up there is that you may be in contact with cardiac arrest survivors in your work and in your clinical practice. And part of what I wanted to do today was to highlight the survivor side and some of the problems that survivors might be describing. And you're in that place to say, oh, that fatigue that you've got, or those memory problems that you've got, they could be related to your cardiac arrest. Have you thought about talking to your GP? Have you thought about, seeing if you can get some more help for those problems? But also, we have some fantastic websites with information for survivors and families. I've put a few up on the left-hand side. Sudden Cardiac Arrest UK is very much around peer support and is a fantastic now charity, putting cardiac arrest survivors in contact with each other via Facebook, via peer support groups. So that might be somewhere to signpost people to. And then our very own fantastic Chest, Heart and Stroke Scotland, who are already supporting survivors in their families. But one of the pieces of work we need to do is to make sure that people, or survivors and families, are actually finding their way to the services that are available. So again, if you are meeting survivors, please do signpost them towards CHSS. We've already talked a little bit about the new RCUK quality standards, so I won't get into them too much. The one point that I will pull out is this word early. And early is really, really important. When I have conversations with survivors and families, one of the things that comes up all the time is, if only I'd known that earlier. If only I'd known that those problems I'm having were related to my cardiac arrest. I could have talked to somebody. I could have explained to my employer. If only I'd known that these things might have helped then I could have done something about it earlier. I wouldn't have had to have this anxiety for so long. My family wouldn't have had to worry. I'd have realised that these brain problems I've got are to do with my cardiac arrest, and I haven't actually just got something else wrong with me. So the early information, the early assessment is really, really important. And also in there is this idea of assessing the key supporters. It gets used, that term, with co-survivors, but really we're talking about the friends and family, the people who are supporting the cardiac arrest survivor, and they can carry a heavy burden as well. So there is a suggestion in there that we do some assessment of their particularly psychological needs. So we've now got this momentum behind looking at cardiac arrest aftercare. We've now got this kind of blueprint from the Resuscitation Council. We had Jenny Minto this morning talking about this, saying about the importance of aftercare. So now we've got to do something about it. Now we have to kind of implement these quality standards in Scotland, and how are we going to do that? Well, one thing we want to do is to build on, and I say build on, I'm really saying pinch and steal from Gareth. All the fantastic work that's been done around Souths, we want the same thing. Okay, we want that partnership. We want to bring people together. We want to collaborate. We want to share ideas. The truth is, there is not going to be a giant pot of money that falls from the sky to support cardiac arrest aftercare. It's going to be done through bringing organisations and individuals together to do it. So we are launching Save a Life for Scotland Recovery, and very shortly we'll be inviting everybody who would like to be involved to take part. And to help us achieve what's in the quality standards to improve aftercare for survivors. I put this kind of post-cardiac arrest pathway for Scotland up there. It's up there more as a kind of a wish. I was going to say target, but we got told this morning not to use targets, so I'm going to say wish, okay? Or a kind of a landmark on the horizon, the place where we would like to get to. The reason I use pathway is that many of the problems that cardiac arrest survivors have don't need complicated solutions. These are things that we actually already offer to many people with other conditions, so after a stroke or trauma or other kind of brain injury. What we need to do is, it's more of an organisational problem. We need to allow cardiac arrest survivors into these services and not just offer them early on, where they actually need to be available later as well. And I talk about cardiac rehab in that even if you get cardiac rehab offered to you as a cardiac arrest survivor, often it's too early. You might be offered it after 4 weeks. Well, if you're dealing with severe fatigue and cognitive problems, you're not going to be able to do cardiac rehab. So a pathway shouldn't just be linear either. It should allow people back into the services at the point where they need it. There's a lot in this slide as well. So there's a need for more research. We need to be able to find cardiac arrest survivors. They land in lots of different places in the hospital. So that's a big piece of work that we need to do. And we need to do a better job of actually developing the information and the support early on. We say we need to do information signposting, but what does that actually look like? We know that not everybody's going to be able to get onto a website and use that. I often joke about this because on the one hand, we say people have got severe fatigue and cognitive problems and memory problems, and then we offer them a website as a solution. So that we need different models of care for different people and different patient groups. I'm going to talk a little bit now about the bystander project, and it actually follows on really nicely from that idea of the cardiac arrest pathway and Save a Life for Scotland Recovery, because it's a really great example of different organisations coming together to do something new. And as Gareth said earlier, it's not hugely technological, okay? I think one of the problems with aftercare is, unfortunately, I don't have any kind of whizzy drones or stuff with buttons or shiny things to show you, okay? But we have got some beautiful cards that are being given out, and hopefully, can I have a quick show of hands? How many people have seen these cards? Fantastic. How many people have given these cards out? Brilliant. Fantastic. So those of you that were here last year will remember Amanda talking about this and launching this project. And I'm so happy to come and talk to you again. And I'm very much talking on behalf of CHSS, because they're the guys that are doing all the hard work, plus you guys carrying the cards and giving them out as well. So just briefly, just to kind of give you an update of where the project's at. Initially, most of the callers were coming through via social media, but now what we're seeing is that actually they're coming through the cards and through posters in hospitals as well. And if you've run out of cards or you'd like some posters, they are available to order on the CHSS website, or you can email me or CHSS or Souths, and we will get those out to you. Interestingly, almost everybody's just needing a one-off call. And that's really significant. So actually, what we're seeing is quite a simple, straightforward service is actually really helping people. There was a thought that people would need to go on to more follow-up phone calls, but we're not seeing that. People are very satisfied with being able to call someone and talk about what happened. We're seeing similar themes and questions come up. So unsurprisingly, people are saying, did I do enough? Did I do the right things? They're valuing the opportunity to talk to somebody else that isn't a family member, because perhaps it's been quite traumatic for everyone, and it's great to talk to someone that's not involved. There's been around 60 callers since launch, which is perhaps lower than was initially thought. We think that's probably more of a promotion problem as opposed to the service not being needed. One of the things we'd really like to do is in Norway, they've been doing this for a few years. And what they do is they send out text messages to the phone number that called in about the cardiac arrest from the ambulance service. And that's something that we'd really like to be able to do here in Scotland. So for those text messages to go out from the Scottish Ambulance Service. And we think that that will really improve the promotion and access for people to know about this service. I have a little plea as well. So as well as being involved in SOUS recovery and research projects and lots of other things that I've talked about, we have a research project on the bystanders. Anybody who's been a bystander, either delivered CPR or witnessed CPR, we'd love people to come forward and volunteer to be part of a research study. It's an interview study, so it's around 60 minutes. They have to be based in Scotland, but we're not really putting a time limit on when they're involved in the CPR. And you can follow that QR code, and then people can put their details in and get some more information about the study. Right, I'm going to finish with this quote. Cardiac arrest survivorship is really complicated and actually is quite difficult to do. I've been given 20 minutes to talk about it. I could have spent all day talking about it, to be honest. But I think this quote sums things up really nicely. It's at the beginning of the RCUK guidelines, and it was said by one of the survivors when we were talking about the guidelines and what should be in it. And it's the same thing that I have heard from survivors over and over again. True recovery is more than having survived and being grateful. So no one's saying they're not grateful to be alive and they didn't get fantastic care, but what they're saying is we just need that support afterwards to get our lives back. That's me. Thank you very much.
Vicky, thank you very much. I think we've got time for 2 questions, if anybody's got a question for Vicky. There's a question over here. We'll just get a microphone to you, please, Stuart.
Thank you very much. Can I ask, do you have any data on how long it is commonly that a bystander will wait before calling the chest, heart and stroke line for support?
We're looking at the data at the moment. It really varies. When it first started, they were getting a lot of calls from people where it was quite a long time after the cardiac arrest, which I think is understandable because the service didn't exist before. So as it was being promoted, people were phoning up maybe many years later. What we're seeing now is tending to be fairly soon after the cardiac arrest, particularly if they've got the cards and so on as well. I mean, there's lots of stuff that I didn't put on there. One of the other things that we're getting, or the CHSS are getting, are family members of people who have delivered CPR as well. And that's coming a little bit later. And that's perhaps because someone's maybe worried about someone who's been a bystander and the impact it's had on them. So they're phoning the advice line to get advice how to support their family member who's been a bystander.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Vicky. Do we have any further questions? Just down at the front here. James, 2 seconds, we'll get your microphone.
Thanks for a really good talk. You talked a bit about the cognitive impacts on patients, and I know you said that there isn't a lot of evidence on what interventions make a difference, but I wondered, what do we know about the typical duration of those symptoms, and are there interventions like neuro-rehab that we know make a difference, or is that still stuff that we're looking at and exploring?
It's definitely stuff we're still looking at. There was for a little while, particularly out of the TTM studies, there was this sort of 3-month thing, which I think is starting to be disproved, where it was almost like whatever you've got at 3 months, that's you done, so whatever cognitive problems you've got. And I think my background in neurorehabilitation from stroke and brain injury, we kind of just laughed at that because, we know that the brain, neuroplasticity continues for many months and years afterwards. So the idea that cardiac arrest survivors would be different, I'm not quite sure that's true. Neurorehab is tough, so cognitive rehabilitation, there's no magic bullet, unfortunately, there's no operational pill that you can take. It can help, but a lot of the time what we need to do is actually do the assessments for people so they understand what problems they've got and then help them adapt to those problems as well. So actually knowledge is power and when it comes to kind of cognitive problems. So for example, if you know that you've got problems with your short-term memory, you can work on systems of diaries and notes and pager systems. Family members then are aware of where the pitfalls might be. You can talk about returning to work with a manager and saying, actually, this is going to take longer than we thought. This isn't going to be a quick 3-week and I'm fine again. So I don't think there's any easy solutions around the cognitive rehab, but certainly it's much better to have the assessments done, to know what the problems are, and then to work on some solutions with people, than for people to be left completely in the dark. I'll just, a very quick example, I did a rehab course in Denmark, and we talked about cognitive problems, and very quickly one of the family members went, oh, that's why he never gets the stuff he's supposed to at the supermarket. And actually, for them, in their relationship, just understanding that he had true, genuine, as she put it, genuine cognitive problems, a genuine excuse for why he was getting stuff wrong, made a huge difference to their relationship, actually.
Vicky, thank you very much for your talk. Ladies and gents, just while we're waiting on our next speaker walking down from the back, let me just tell you a wee story. So, I'm a paramedic with the ambulance service, very proud paramedic at that. And in lunch break today, I got a text message from one of the many viewers we've got online. And he said something along the lines of, excellent so far. That big fella that did the Newton lecture spoke very well, very educational, very motivational stuff, talking about pre-hospital, the management of pre-hospital cardiac arrest, or out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. And he's a nurse. Our next speaker is also a nurse. Michael Dixon is the Chief Executive of the Scottish Ambulance Service. He has been since July 2023. Before that, he was the Chief Exec up at NHS Shetland and Orkney. He was awarded an OBE in the New Year's Honours List in 2023 and has held many senior nursing positions, nurse director positions in the private sector and the NHS over many years. He's also my boss, so I think I'll probably sit down now and let Michael come on and do the last session. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Dave. So, slightly strange experience because A, I'm not wearing my glasses so I can see my notes, and B, I'm stood at the other side of the room with a slightly croaky voice. So good afternoon, everyone. Michael Dixon, Chief Executive, Scottish Ambulance Service. I just want to say thank you, actually, because this has been an exceptional day. It's been really well organised, really well put together, both from the organising team and also the sponsors that have been involved in supporting this. It's been exceptional. You should be really proud. Now, one of the things about working at Scottish Ambulance Service is it is an absolute privilege every single day. People come up to me, honestly, it's quite a random experience. People come up to me and go, oh my God, you guys are fantastic. I had to call you in the middle of the night. The people came down, they were hugely caring, they took the time, they listened to what we had, they understood what the problem was. Even including a gentleman called the Lord Lion, if not the best title of the world, I don't know what else is, at Parliament on Saturday, who praised Scottish Ambulance Service for being the unsung hero of Project Unicorn, which, if anybody doesn't know, is not the very secret plan of what happens when the monarch dies. But just that recognition of the impact that ambulance service has on people's lives day in, day out, it is incredible. We have a hugely dedicated team made up of people working in our ambulance control centres, volunteers, and those crews out on the road. It's incredible. It is a fantastic organisation to work for, and it's a privilege to be there. So today we've heard a huge amount of information about the importance of CPR and why it makes such a difference during that time of cardiac arrest. But just a quick comparison. How does a cardiac arrest compare to other conditions with a similar sort of 3,000 circa events occurring a year? So we all are very familiar with a number of these conditions. Coronary heart disease is a perfect example. That costs the NHS £950 million a year in Scotland alone, and the long-term care costs £42.5 billion. That is just an incredible amount of money. Heart disease is another COPD is £159 million. Again, a huge amount of money. And dementia, £2.2 billion in care costs. Now, the fact is these are often comorbidities that patients who experience a cardiac arrest will have to go through, have already. But there's also a public recognition aspect to this. So many of you may have walked up the street when you were getting your way here, and you'll see many charity shops with well-known charities that cover British Heart Foundation, Dementia Cares, these factors that the public will be aware of. I would question how many people would be aware of cardiac arrest. And equally, the often factor that we see where people talk about a heart attack being the same as a cardiac arrest. The confusion that occurs means that it's often difficult to get the message across. And those consequences of those, when we're talking about support for patients after the event, cannot be underestimated. But these are all parts of the public health factors and challenges we face in Scotland. So my question was, could AI help? Ta-da. So I asked, ChatGPT did a lot of work before this conference. I asked ChatGPT to create an image for me. This is our call to action. It's pretty good, isn't it? That's pretty good. It was quite interesting because over the past couple of weeks, I was at the, I know, there's some detail in there. I was at the robotics centre in Heriot-Watt University, where I genuinely had a conversation with a robot using a large language model and asked it, what could robots do for Scottish Ambulance Service? And it answered me without a pause and said, well, they could be really useful in assessing the patient, in undertaking various triage functions, or even undertaking procedures in the back of an ambulance. No pause at all. And that robot is currently in use in places like amusement parks. I know that sounds very strange, but we are not that far away from that being able to be deployed in public-facing roles. It also has the ability to be able to speak many different languages without pausing. And if you think about our diverse culture, that could be really important. And the more you train it, the better it gets. I also had exposure to an interesting piece of software from an accountancy firm that when you phone your bank asking for an extension of your overdraft or you're asking for a loan, it senses on the tone of your voice of whether you are in financial distress or not, and will decide on whether you are eligible for an overdraft or a loan. Now that on one hand is amazing, on the other hand equally terrifying. But there is that question, if you think about our ambulance control centres that take those calls, could we use an element of that AI to help us ensure that we are sending the right resource to the right patient to ensuring they're getting the most appropriate response? It's an interesting question. However, as some of you may have spotted, AI may not be ready for the big time, certainly not in this front, because what we see is some quite creepy faces, some nightmarish faces, and I genuinely have no idea what is going on here. I think that may have been the basis conference, that's all I'm saying. So, you've heard incredible information today, absolutely incredible information today. from Shorty telling us about the impact and the importance of the practice of undertaking CPR, from the outcomes we see if it's done well, the impact of resuscitation, the impact of good defibrillation, and how we could be using different ways to do that. Enormously powerful. But I get you're actually not the right people for these messages, are you? Because you know this. You already know these things. So what I'm going to ask you is to be radical cheerleaders. Okay, that's very different from cheerleaders. Pom-poms are great, gymnastics, they amaze me. But radical cheerleaders are people with a particular action. You're going to go back into your communities, into your workplaces, and start talking about this. We heard earlier about the gym CPR sessions that were done and how well they're received. Can they be done in your local community? Because there's no point having defibrillators. There's no point people being aware of cardiac arrests if they don't know how to do CPR properly, if they don't know how to access the resources to be able to do it well. We know the impact can be done, if it is done properly, can be transformational. We want to make sure that CPR training is everywhere. We want to make sure that people know how to use those defibrillators and use them well. We want to make sure that we have the best and the same public awareness that we see for other conditions, be that from chronic heart disease to COPD to dementia, for people who've experienced cardiac arrest. So go out, be radical cheerleaders, push the message, build beyond your local practice, and really make a difference. But thank you for your contributions today.
Well, folks, it's that time. Sadly, in every Scas, when we have to say goodbye and things draw to a close. But there are one or two things I need to say before then, and they fit into 2 or 3 categories. I want to ask you to do some things, and then I need to say thank you to a few people, and then I'm going to tell you which pub we're all going to go to next, okay? So let me ask you to do a couple of things. Michael's done a great call to action there. Be radical cheerleaders. You know, I said right at the beginning of the day, the answer to the problem, the answer to the challenge of out-of-hospital cardiac arrest is you. It's you in your day jobs. It's you in the way you spread the word. It's you in the way that you are these radical cheerleaders, encouraging folk to learn CPR, to sign up to Good Sam, to get involved, to do different things. Have a think about what's particularly impacted you in your thinking. Maybe you learn something new. Maybe you feel challenged to do something new or tell somebody else something. Write it down on your postcard. Write down what you're going to do about that and write down how we can help you, and then leave your card at the back. Please, please, please do that. We'd love to get some feedback from you in that way. We'd also love you to fill in a feedback form, which is a bit more detailed about things like how did you find the venue, how did you find the food, how did you find the communication. It'll really help us to make Scas in the future as good as it can be, and something that you really want to come back to, because we'd love to see you again next year. Anybody who's watching online and feels left out, that they don't have a postcard to fill in and post, if you scan the QR code on the left, you can send a digital postcard to us, and we'll send a digital postcard back to your future self with the same kinds of questions in it. We do want you to be involved. Thank you for joining online if you have done today. And for everybody, the talks that you've heard today will be chopped up and put on YouTube, and you can watch them at scas.scot anytime in the future and get other people who you might want to influence to watch them too. Final ask, International Restart a Heart Day. This might feel like a bit of an odd segue, but stay with me. International Restart a Heart Day is the 16th of October. Anybody who lives in Scotland, or this part of Scotland, knows that everybody's, what did you call it? Howkin Taddies, I think you said? Yeah. Do what he said. Well, the schools are off. So it's kind of morphed into International Restart a Heart several days, possibly month. And we've done things historically on different days in October. And the 10th of October, when you have the pen in your hand that you filled in your postcard with, just write on the back of your hand, 10th of October. On the 10th of October, we're going to break a world record. And you're going to help us do it, I hope. So a group of paramedics on the borders came to us and said, we want to broadcast CPR training for the schools and the borders, and we said that's a brilliant idea. We love that idea, but why don't we do it to all the schools? I tell you what, why don't we do it just to everybody, not even just schools, to everybody in Scotland? And why don't we do it over 24 hours? And why don't we scrounge a bit of money up to pay Guinness to allow us to have a go for the Guinness World Record of the most people trained using online CPR training in 24 hours. So between 9 a.m. on the 10th of October and 9 a.m. on the 11th of October, we need everybody you know, you, your granny, your granny's friends, your kids, their friends, everybody you can possibly reach on social media, to go to savealife.scot or restartaheart.live. It both leads you to the same YouTube feed. Click on it and watch it. You don't even have to watch much, just click on it. Don't tell them I told you that. We want the views because we want to smash the record, and even if we don't hold the record for very long, Scotland will have held the record for a period of time. So please help us do that on the 10th of October. Don't forget about the 10th of October. So that's all the asks. Now for some thank yous. Thank you to the John McIntyre Conference Centre. I hope you all enjoyed being here and your lunch and all the rest of it. And thank you to all the sponsors who made it possible for us to be here and to offer you this for free. And we really want to do that because we want to make no barriers at all to you enjoying this kind of content. So thank you. Tell you what, whatever rhetorical flourishes you sense, don't do any more clapping until I get to the end, or you'll be exhausted by the time I get to the end. Thank you for your claps, but we'll save one big clap at the end, okay? So I just wanted to say some more thank yous to the speakers, some of whom did what they did at very short notice because other folk couldn't make it or were ill or whatever. I think they did a brilliant job. We've heard some very excellent presentations today, particularly people like the Flash Talk speakers who were under a lot of pressure to do their thing in 5 minutes. So thank you to the speakers, to the folk who came in to help chair. Thank you very much to them too. Thank you very much to the organizing team. You probably can imagine how much work it takes to put on something like this and just kind of double it and add 5. And that's probably the amount of stress that some of these guys have been under trying to get this to work. So people like Shorty, like Donald, like Adam, who you've seen up today. But there are particularly 2 individuals that we want to give a very special thank you to. So Susie and Dominica, wherever you are, could you come up on the stage so we can embarrass you properly and say a big thank you for all the work you've done to get Scas off the ground this year. Come on up, you two. Thank you for the clap, yeah. Thank you very much. Brilliant. Wow. Thank you guys. So last but not least, thank you to you. Thanks for coming. Please come again next time. Don't forget the 10th of October. Thank you, anybody who's still watching online. We're going to go downstairs to the pub and then we're going to go across the road to the Salisbury Arms. If anybody would love to join us, we would be very happy to carry on the conversation there. So thank you all and good afternoon.